Alright, welcome back everyone. So, as predicted, the game is being pretty ornery. So, I have yet to have a real successful runs with Haru. Which means we're gonna dedicate as many runs as it takes her. And if she manages to succeed early, then I guess we move on to doing Tama. Speaking of which, I did manage to get a 9-star Turf Spark with Tama. Unfortunately, I got the shitty low roll and got 1-star speed to go with it. I rolled the 20% when I had 1100 speed. I was very upset. But we'll take the higher turf chances, because like, no matter how high we roll in stats, the run is garbage if we can't get turf A, so... Although I guess on top of that, we also need to make sure we don't lose to Zenith. And we need to complete the nice-natured gold chain. We would prefer to get curvature too, but if we miss that, there are ways to compensate. There are like a billion velocity skills in this game. Oh, and thanks for the love, Mozart. I think I'd rather do Vodka Halo here, because Vodka is the more important power card. And then the non-Kita speed cards are basically same difference. Yes, Derek, thanks for the winning energy. We'll definitely need it. Once indeed. Once that is not stranded in a desert or swamp. What was that? Didn't I get... Not subdued space chasers. Oh, it was end closers straightaways. Yeah, that doesn't really help when we're building for late here. Saw it out of the corner, straightaways out of the corner of my eye, and was hoping for straightaway acceleration. Friends are not really grouping up too well here. The pairs are like acceptable but kind of bare minimum. And we want these runs to high roll. They don't need to like super high roll, but God damn it. It's at least we're being late surgers, so the late start affects us less.
先頭は6番単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは4番8番外から行く。その外並んでハルウララ、そしてその内を回って2番外から3番、さらに外から9番、大け焼きを越え4コーナーへ。切り札はこれだ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ
I'd like to see 1100 or higher in each of speed and power. Which his deck should be more than capable of. That being the super high roll. すごい足で上がってきた。ハルウララ抜け出した。残り200。ハルウララ足色は衰えない。ハルウララリードは伸ばし。先頭は依然ハルウララ。ハルウララ1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを制し。やったー。 Usually pushing 2 stats high usually isn't too hard. It's when you try to get a 3rd stat in there that things become complicated. And we're compromising on the wit because I don't have a whaled out wit card. Oops, wait, that's the wrong one. It's in the I'm back in the habit of doing that because I was doing so many parent runs with Tama to try to get something. I mean, I guess I technically got something acceptable, but I'm still annoyed by rolling the 20%. Now the friendships are actually rolling. Sort of. Would have been great if we got either of the charming events, but less. Would still technically be useful if we got them though. It's just hitting at pre-debut is usually like big. I guess. Yeah, we'll use Kita Spirit for some power. want to click both. I think the power turn's a little bit better. My mood, god damn it, game. It's King Halo sucking up all the Spirit Burst energy. We're not gonna take any chances with the Unity at all here.
注目の一番人気さあスタートです各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
Which means the training turns have to make up for a bit more ground for us not being able to read the Unity for higher facilities.
2番会長に飛ばして行きます先頭集団を見ていきましょう1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう先頭は2番単身で飛ばして行きます2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは8番少し後ろから9番4番4番手1番追走ここまでが先頭集団さあ花に立ったのは2番このままリードすることができるか続いて8番それを見るように9番向こう上面に入って先頭は2番先頭は変わらず2番続きました8番さらに9番1馬身離れて1番少し後ろから4番その後3、4馬身開いて春うらら1馬身離れて5番少し後ろから10番そしてその内を回って7番その後ろから6番後方2番手に12番11番現在シンガリラ意気揚々と先頭を行きます9番どうでしょうこの展開
かかってしまっているかもしれません息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが
切り札はこれだ
第4コーナーカーブ400を切りましたさあいよいよ直線だどのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのかまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか残り200強い春うらら足色は衰えない春うららリードは2馬身先頭は春うらら変わらない強さを見せつけて春うらら今勝利ですこの子にかなう馬娘はいるのか
That's a chunky Unity turn. Sure, we'll take it.
ここは負けられない一番人気6番出走だ。さあゲートが開いた 各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな
2 for 2 on
ね。
career
クルーズが
races
期
for
待で
late
きそうです
starting.
先行争いは14番、4番、16番島からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、4番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのは4番、続きました14番、激しい先頭争い。3番手には16番内西のフラワー、7番水槽後ろ、3番9番並んできた。そしてそのうち5番1馬身離れて春うらら、外目をついて10番その外並んで12番内を回って8番、そしてその内を回って2番、そしてその外を回って13番、そのうち並んで1番15番最高峰だ14番先頭をキープ。これは面白い展開だ。このまま進みます。リフだわ、それだ。
これは大胆な作戦、完全に予想外でした。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。各馬娘1段立って団子状態の大混戦。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最後のコーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのは14番、残り400。外から飛んできたのは春うらら、春うらら突っ込んでくる春うらら。
Really getting stuck?
並びかけてきたのは西のフラワー。
Yeah, like quarter and 50 power.
足色は衰えない西のフラワー。リードは1馬身。先頭は西のフラワー、西のフラワー。今一着でゴー。やったやった、いいジャンプだよ。なんかヘロヘロかも。ライスちゃんと今年の年賀状、トレーナーにたくさんありがとうって。
We also need to do something about this mood.
お出かけだ。力がバーンって溢れそう。
Well, we got a turf proc. Did we get the double turf proc there? I think we actually got to A.
トレーナーのお顔で
Alright, well, we have to not have the run get cleared by the race shit there, because, like, losing the OP is bad for our fans. But, alright. We actually hit a
お参りの時ね。
really good inspiration. Haru never gets 150 stats. What?
見ててねって。ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん遊んだんだ。でもね、まだまだ元気いっぱいだよ。
We got 4 corner adept hints, too. A lot of otherwise useless hints, but that is
ねえねえ、
a lot of hints.
ってなったらおみくじで決めるのどうかな。きっと楽しいよ。
This is usually what you see out of someone who has, like, real compatibility with parents, so that's kind of shocking. So hopefully the run doesn't screw us after this. But we might have something real going on.
いくよ。
Hey, Nate.
なんだろう、すっごくね。そうだ。さあ、カシアの負担を上げるわ。
I guess hitting the turf A lets us be more aggressive on
今年
these
の
races too. Actually, what if we... Because we could do something like the Owie Stakes before we would normally do the Unicorn or replace it with the Hakodate. And that way we have a chance to rest before summer.
今のうららは
So let's see. Yeah, I'd be fine passing up single rainbow. Let's see if we can get something out of this.
ここは負けられない一番人気18番春うらら
I should have brought skills too.
美しいやさあゲートが開いた
Damn it.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは
3 for 3.
17番16番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら先頭は17番単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は16番さらにカレンちゃんさらに
I need to buy that
9
corner
そして
adapt
外目を突き出しては
and
9番さらに
give Mummy a
8番
hug
そ
so
れ
we
を
have
見る
a
春うららそのうち並んで
some safety measures.
2番外には5番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
じりじり詰める4番まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。4番ここで抜け出した。まだ牽制し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。切り札はこれだ。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入ったカレンちゃん。先頭はカレンちゃん。これは強い。200を通過食い下がる春うららカレンちゃん。足色は衰えない。食い下がる春うららカレンちゃんと春うららもつれるよ。やったやった。
God damn it, man. We're just gonna get screwed on fans now.
そうだトレーナーのお顔で福笑い作ったんだ。
Nice 90s rig. Well, apparently we're getting dunked by RNG. We got Monkey's Paw baited into thinking we might have something, but we keep getting screwed.
絶好調だ。
How are the speedruns going?
今年の年賀状ねえねえ
We could try the Epsom Cup. I guess it's worth more for doing the mile.
そうだナイス
And then we rest next turn. So dumb that I even need these safety measures for G3s. In no other Uma's career is this bullshit, the kind of thing that happens to them.
上空にはさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。14番のダイワスカーレット、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を
Challenge ended, so you're taking a break. Okay. How'd your placement go? If it's over, did you hit what you were targeting?
先頭はダイワスカーレット単身で飛ばしていきます。続きました14番激しい先頭争い富士奇跡3番手少し後ろから9番5番手には6番少し後ろから3番外から春うらら少し離れてリコーペガサス1馬審査7番そして
Didn't get top
その内を
1000.
5番
Rip.
外から10番少し離れて1番後方2番手に8番11番現在
Did you keep getting the monster falling through the ground?
これは正解でしょうか。
14番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
大手焼きを超え4コーナー
Higher than last time. Nice.
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。
Well, hopefully the next monster won't have the bug.
どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。ハルウララ内で様子を伺うハルウララ外で足を止めています。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入った400を切りました。ハルウララここで抜け出した行きました。ハルウララハルウララ見事なごぼう抜きを見せる追いすがる富士奇跡残り200先頭は依然ハルウララハルウララリードは3馬身ハルウララ足色は衰えない後ろを突き放してハル
the temptation to click this. It's gonna completely ruin our energy for summer if we do it. Yeah, I think we have to pass because it ruins like 3 turns. Potentially. Compared to the 1. Actually, no, even if it succeeds, it does put us in a position where, like, it's super awkward for 3 turns.
さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
スマートファルコンと4番、この2人が競り合っているぞ。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー、スマートファルコン快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭はスマートファルコン、単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは4番、12番、並んでくる7番、続いている1馬身離れて3番、この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。スマートファルコンまだリードをキープしています。続きました12番、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身。依然としてスマートファルコン、続いて7番、12番、並んでくるうちには3番、さらには4番、1馬身離れて6番、1馬身差1番、1馬身離れてハルウララ、さらに8番、その後ろから9番、後方2番手に10番、そして対後方5番、意気揚々と先頭を行きます。スマートファルコンどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
4着を切りました。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ、
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。残り200、スマートファルコン逃げる、リードを開いていくスマートファルコン、強い強いスマートファルコン、突き放す大楽勝だ。スマートファルコンゴール板を駆け抜け
3着、すごいでしょ。
Definitely need Smart Falcon to help us there. Alright, definitely worth waiting for this. We got the triple speed stack. We need to get Hishi online though, because we need to be able to leverage those potential double power stacks. Because conveniently we get to do speed and hit that. Granted, if there's like 3 friends plus vodka, it tends to result in a pretty massive power turn. Like, shockingly. Like, look at this. This is pretty large for just a single rainbow power. I guess clicking on speed almost matches. It's... Yeah, we're gambling the 16. Well, we definitely can't do that, and... Yeah. Wit turn's even pretty unattractive because that's a fairly high failure rate for it. Alright, there's on your left. So now we need to make sure we have stats, that we don't get screwed on the unique upgrades, and we don't get screwed on Zenith. Nothing else discounted on as far as staples here, so we're just gonna have to count on give Mummy a hug and corner adept coming through. I would normally prefer to take a second acceleration skill, but we didn't get hints on Slick Surge or Fighter.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
Well, we are 4 for 4 late starting
先行
our
争いは
career
成田ブライ
races.
ビワハヤヒで5番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ。先頭は5番単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは桜爆信号。1馬審査成田ブライアン。その後ろにビワハヤヒで1馬身離れて15番2番並んできた。外を回りますハルウララ。さらに内から尾行ペガサス。第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート、一気にレースが動きます。
成田ブライアン、ここで抜け出した。互いに足を溜めている展開。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは岩早秀。さあこれから坂2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。外から飛んできたのはハルウララ。まくって上がってくるハルウララ。残り200。ハルウララぐんぐんと上がっていく。ハルウララ抜け出したハルウララ。足色は衰えない。
That's why I want acceleration, so that we can break out. Because sometimes, even if we have like 800 power here, it's still not enough, which is so dumb. But... For whatever reason, Haru can end up struggling with her G3s and 2s as though they're other Uma's G1s. Or a single rainbow, although this would also progress Natty. The thing is, we got high value sprinter stakes here. The problem is, since I don't have an second acceleration skill, this is a risk, but even getting like second place is worth a ton of fans, so I think we go in on it. It's lore accurate. I mean, sure, but if they want to be perfectly lore accurate, then we shouldn't have any problem getting fans or compatibility.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
But we are 5 for 5 on late starting.
さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは成田ブライアン。それを見るように岸明の内の方から8番、そしてその外から行ったのは15番3番並んできた。内から富士奇跡6番並んでくる。後ろ春うらら内から尾行ペガサス。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。切り札はこれだ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
まだ先頭は動かない。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは成田ブライアン。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。外を回っていったのは春うらら。飛び込んできた成田ブライアン。残り200。成田ブライアン足色は衰えない。成田ブライアンリードは1馬身。岸明のホイッスル。同時にゴールイン。
God damn it, man.
私頑張ったもんね。
Where the hell is Hishi? Off slacking, I guess.
張り切っていこう。なんかヘロヘロかも。力がなんだろう。すっごく眠くて力。
We're gonna skip. I think we skip the JBC sprint and then see if we can get either the mile championship or if that fails the Champions Cup to work for us.
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
Actually, I don't know if we get enough fans if we just win one of them. It's our fan bonus. $63. So that's like 16,000-ish. Yeah, I guess technically winning one of them hits the 40,000. Really hosing our training turns too when we got mood screwed, so we're gonna be in an unenviable position going into senior year, even winning this. God damn it! 6 for 6? Literally can't not late start.
この2人が競り合っているぞ。ハルウララ現在最高峰。失策はたまた狙い通りか。
これはきっと作戦でしょう。彼女には爆発的な末足があります。
アイネス封じ会長に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのはアイネス封じ。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは2番サイレンス鈴鹿、3番手ハルウララ上がっていきます。
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
まだ牽制し合っているのか。互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
Yeah, I think the game is just being a jackass about this.
続いて待機シャトル。3番手にはサイレンス鈴鹿、その後ろ2番、それを見るように6番、第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート。一気にレース。
Because that turf A doesn't mean shit if we get screwed on literally everything else.
ここで抜け出したハルウララ、外で足を溜めています。ハルウララ内で様子を伺う。栄光まで400。最終コーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのは待機シャトル。ハルウララまくって上がってくる。並んでくるハルウララ、200を通過。先頭ゴールドシティ。しかしそのとわずかゴールドシティ。ここまでかハルウララ。ここで抜け出したハルウララ。
None of these races should be this close. The stats we have. Question is, do we trust the February stakes or do we do the mile championship, or not the mile championship, the Champions Cup anyway? I guess I'll let the turns decide. If there's a really good training turn, I'm skipping it. Alright, well, it's a garbage training turn. I guess we're doing it.
注目の1番人気5番出走だ。
スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、
First non-late start
スマー
race
トファルコン、期待通りの結果を出せるか。
across the entire
1番人気
career
ハルウララ、さあ1コーナーから2
for
コーナー
career
に向かっていく
races.
馬娘たち。マルゼンスキー、会
It
長
only
に飛
took
ばしてい
until
きます。
2/3 of the way
さあ花に立
through.
ったのはマルゼンスキー。 このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番。激しい先頭争い。少し後ろからスマートファルコン。2馬身3馬身開いて待機シャトル。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身。そしてここで先頭はスマートファルコン。続きましたマルゼンスキー。その後から9番。その後ろから待機シャトル。6番外から行く。1馬身離れて8番外から行く。エルコンドルパサー。西のフラワー並びかけてきた。そのうち並んで4番。ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント。少し離れて14番。それを見るように12番。少し離れて3番。春うららこの位置につけています。そしてそのうち13番。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
切り札はこれだ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたマルゼンスキー。ここで抜け出したハルウララ。内で様子を伺う。残り4分。最終コーナー先陣を切ったのはマルゼンスキー。ハルウララ行きました。並んでくる待機シャトル。待機シャトル。ここで抜け出した残り200。マルゼンスキー追いすがる待機シャトル。リードは1馬身。待機シャトル。足色を衰える待機シャトル。1着でゴールイン。
私頑張ったもんね。
Super late charming. I don't think that does anything for us at this point. At least their Unity is looking competent here. So I have definitely had runs where they were just like random mishaps with even the easy route. Thankfully for those, I don't think they ever killed anything that would have been real. Namely because I hadn't actually been able to get the turf rolls.
さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は進行ウィンディー。3番手に11番。少し離れて2番。外から12番。この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身。依然先頭はスマートファルコン。続きました11番。さらには進行ウィンディー。4番手には2番12番。続いている2馬身差春うらら。そしてその後方には3番。少し離れて4番。1馬身差6番。それを見るように5番。後方2番手に9番7番。現在しんがりだ。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。スマートファルコンどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。切り札はこれだ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
この直線で勝負が決まると。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは進行ウィンディー。栄光まで400。最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのはスマートファルコン。外から春うらら。驚異的な末足。先頭2人の競り合いだ。残り200。先頭スマートファルコン。しかしその差はわずか。食い下がる進行ウィンディー。スマートファルコン今ゴール。3着。すごいでしょ。
Long had some problems. That's fine. That's usually where the problems are, just because we're not training stamina. I think we're low enough that we can click for the energy here.
お参りの時。よし、一丁始めっか。
groundwork. Man, other runs would kill for that, but groundwork does 0 for us as a late surger.
たくさんトレーニングしたし調子 OK だもん。このレース勝てるよね。
We haven't really been getting too many or too much for hints and stuff we want to be skilling too. It's annoying.
コンディション。
注目の1番人気9番ハルウララ。
実力は
出走だ。
輝く。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはスマートファルコン。1番エルコンドルパサー。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララスマートファルコン。快調に飛ばして行きます。
We're gonna need some significant help with our
単
stats
身で飛ば
going
して行きます。
forward.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは1番3馬審査エルコンドルパサー。1馬審査4番さらにはハルウララ外を回ります。7番1馬身離れてヒシアマゾン。すぐに続いて10番1馬審査6番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは1番ハルウララ。まだ抑えたままだ。まだ決定し合っているのか。互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのはスマートファルコン。残り400上がってまいりました。ハルウララハルウララ突っ込んでくる。先頭は変わらずスマートファルコン。200を通過。ハルウララ強烈な追い上げ。並んでくるハルウララ。強い強いハルウララ。足は衰えない。1着はハルウ
Dang it, a
ラ
bit
ラ。
close for a
他の馬娘
G3.
たちをねじ伏せレースを制した。
あわわわやったー。ねえねえ練習。
Light Hishi pusher, I guess. This is not like it's not worth the energy for a single rainbow speed.
いつも見たく楽しんで走ってくるねトレーナー。
The mood downs are not helping at all with the stats. Mile too, so can't even take like the sprint acceleration. And we obviously wouldn't want to pick mile skills since this is for a sprint Haru. Guess we take non-discounted fighter. Hate doing that, but at least it's only 120.
ここは負けられない1番人気9番。
出走だ。
スタート。 各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、桜爆信号、スマートファルコン、芝からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、マルゼンスキー、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭をかけますマルゼンスキー。続きましたスマートファルコン、スマートファルコン、マルゼンスキー。2人の競り合いは続いている。
Well, and then we immediately wasted fighter
花を
on
奪っていったのはマルゼンスキー、スマートファルコン。続い
early
ている
race.
1馬身離れて6番、4番手には13番、1番続いている7番並んできた。そしてその後方には8番、その外並んで15番、5番並びかけてきた。そして外目をつきましては桜爆信号、大けやきを越え4コーナー。
リフだわ、それだ。
互いに足を溜めている展開。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。マルゼンスキー、ここで抜け出した。さあここから先頭を伺うのはスマートファルコン、ハルウララ。前を狙っているぞ。最後のコーナー、最初に立ち上がったのはマルゼン
Didn't
スキ
get
ー。
a corner at that proc there
内を
either.
つけすごい足だ。残り400点、ハルウララ突っ込んでくる。ハルウララすごい足で上がってきた。ハルウララここで抜け出した。200を通過。マルゼンスキー食らいついていく。先頭は依然ハルウララ、ハルウララ足の輪を捉える。後ろを突き放してハルウララゴールイン。圧巻の走
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。
Managed to get that one on raw stats, I guess.
そうだ。今年の私は一味違うよ。
Our unity is maybe
2、3
a little sus here too.
たくさん。
So I think we have to take the speed turn and try to get the Falcon and Vodka Spirit
今
Burst.
年の年賀状。
These turns are so shit,
ちゃんと
man.
骨付きでたくさんお出かけだ。力がバーンって溢れそう。
That was super garbage inspiration.
今のうららはスーパーうららなんだよ。
I guess we gotta ramp up him for like, ouch. 40 stats is pretty bad. Alright, well,
やるわよ。合体魔法。
a triple sack's at least helpful for making a comeback.
お参りの時ね。
Yeah, I think we take the speed turn because it also pushes Falcon.
張り切っていこ
I think we have to chance the 18 wit turn here. Well, do we? We technically have 3 more turns after this. I think we rest and see if we get a better Spirit Burst.
う。今年のね。
Yeah, that's preferable.
よしいっちゃ始めっか。
Okay, so that should set us for this next Unity race. The problem is we don't have anything primed for
そうだ。
Spirit Burst for the upcoming Zenith one after this. Alright, and as tempting as that
ライ
is,
ちゃんと羽根付きでたくさん遊ん
it's
で
gonna kill our energy for the summer if I take this now.
いっぱいだよ。
we're in a position where we have to count on Summer not screwing us.
見ててねトレーナーバビューンと
As annoying as it is.
人参といくよ
勝ちは十分に狙える3伸び盛り。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け
An
出すか
800 is normally genuinely on the upper end for speed going into summer, but since we get saddled with a midsummer goal race, it's kind of like the minimum benchmark for Haru for these runs.
少し後ろから3番、そしてその外から行ったのはキングヘイロー。1馬身差、ハルウララ。1馬身離れて7番、少し後ろから10番、後方2番手に8番、最後方12番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
ここからスパート、一気にレースが動きます。
400を切りました。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。気持ちよく逃げている。1番行きました。ハルウララ飛び込んできた。ハルウララ200を通過。キングヘイロー驚異的な末足。キングヘイロー先頭に変わったキングヘイロー足色を衰えない。キングヘイロー今ゴールイン。
やったやった200だよ。
Clean sweep.
当然だよね。どんなトレよし一丁走っか。やるわよ合体魔法。見ててねトレーナーバビューン。
注目の1番人気8番
出走だ。
輝く。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは西のフラワー、オグリキャップ5番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。西のフラワー早くも先頭に躍り出た。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは10番オグリキャップ。上がっていきます。先頭をかけます。西のフラワー続きました。10番内5番4番手オグリキャップ。さらに6番少し離れてハルウララ。1馬身差岸アマゾン。それを見るように2番後ろ3番少し離れて7番そのうち並んで9番少し後ろから11番2コーナー回って向こう正面。西のフラワーまだリードをキープしています。続いて10番そしてその後ろから行くのはオグリキャップ。4番手には5番外を回ります。6番その外並んで岸アマゾン。2番続いている。その後からハルウララ。あとは9番それを見るように7番そのうち並んで3番その後ろに11番後方2番手に13番14番現在しんがりだ。間もなく第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート。
切り札はこれだ。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。400を切りました。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。西のフラワー強い強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。200を通過。2番手争いはフィッシュアマゾンオグリキャップ西のフラワー。
No, I don't think we're winning this.
お見事。
Wow,
西
what a
の
load of shit, man.
やった200だよ。
So now the JBC sprint is not worth enough. So we have to do another race.
どんなトレーニング。
Never lucky, man.
海行くの。ナイスちゃん。さあ
No, Unity is not in a great place either, so somehow we're supposed to fix all that together. Looks like we probably won't get curvature either.
ねえね
Really want to take the power turn. I guess it's better for Unity.
えタチアの時間をあげるわ
Single rainbow sucks so much.
今のララーや今年の張り切っていこう始まる前か
Yeah,
ら
I don't see how we make the stats at this
勝ったら
point.
人参プリンでお祝いしようね
It's too low. Especially when we need to burn another turn on
ここは負け
racing.
られない一番人気15番春うらら
実力は完全に上位ですね。
出走だ
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは桜爆心王マルゼンスキー4番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら先頭をかけます。桜爆心王続きましたマルゼンスキー激しい先頭争い少し後ろから4番外から14番そしてそのうち西のフラワー少し離れて待機シャトル外目をついてエルコンドルパサー後ろ春うらら1馬身離れてリコーペガサス外目をついて16番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
リフだわそれだ
ここからスパート。一気にレースが動きます。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。地方レース場トップクラスの長さを誇る大井の直線に差し掛かります。最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのは桜爆心王第一シャトルかわして先頭に立った200を聞いた並びかけてたのは
Like, this career has generally been so bad that this is probably going to turn out worse than one of the runs where I still take the 10% power penalty
見事な
on
勝
turf.
利です。春うらら JBC スプリントを制し
勝ったらお筆で勝つんだよね勝利の花丸だ
I guess we barely scooched by on fans. We have one more training turn that I didn't think we had. It's a shame we're not getting anything worthwhile out of them. It's like, if I train now, this takes up a crap load of energy for basically nothing, so I think we have to do wit here, but it's such a
お前
bad
らの
wit
時ね
turn.
神様に約束したのそうだ
Well, of course, gold ship's not on any of these. How's our weight unity
どれ
doing?
にしようってなったらおみくじで決めるのどうかな
We might not need the Spirit Burst with 65 weight unity. I don't think we can afford to give up the stats, so this has to be either power or speed.
2番ハルウララ。
みんな強いね。次は負けないぞ。大丈夫だって。
Too nimble. Thanks for the winning energy. Sadly, I think the winning energy has abandoned us.
始まる前からうららーな感じ。
I don't think... Yeah, I'm not sure who got caught up in the Unities previously, but I don't think anyone... No one in the A slots improved their stats.
人参たくさん。 見ててね。
Well, whatever happens, whatever happens, I guess.
5番人気10番
圧倒的スタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気キングヘイロー、8番会長に飛ばして行きます。先頭は8番単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは12番桜爆信号、3番手4番手には6番5番5番手、外を通りまして11番1馬身離れてパルウララ、少し離れてキングヘイロー、1馬身離れて2番少し後ろから4番後方2番手に9番、大けやきを越え4コーナーへ。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。
切り札はそれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。キングヘイローまだ抑えたままだ。キングヘイロー外で足を溜めています。さあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか。最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのは8番、長くかけてきたのはハルウララ。4着を切りました。外を回っていったのはハルウララ。ハルウララ突っ込んでくる。抜け出したのは桜爆信号だが後続も追いすがる。追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ。残り200。ハルウララすごい足だ。ハルウララここで上がってきたぞ。ハルウララここで抜け出したお見事。ハルウララ着差以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利。
We need 2 more wins. And then have, like, real training turns that don't suck after this. There we won. Okay. Your turf mile got kind of obliterated. So we get another almost 60 flat stats between races and hitting S team here.
おみくじで決めるのどうかな。きっと楽しいよ。
Man, these turns are so bad. I think I get a wit here, and then the next 2 turns need to be good speed or power turns. Because at least doing it this way should take away the risk on the next 2 turns if they're good. It's not worth making the next 2 turns like significantly more risky for taking like a shitty single rainbow speed turn. And this is so upsetting.
注目の1番人気1番ハルウララ。
出走だ。
晴れ渡る。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはアイネス風神ダイワスターレット15番島からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララアイネス風神会長に飛ばしていきます。 先頭はアイネス風神単身で飛ばしていきます。続いてダイワスターレット、激しい戦闘争い、外から15番、さらに外からメジロマックイーン、1馬身離れて6番西のフラワー並んできた。それを見るように16番、そしてその内からいたのは2番、それを見るようにサイレンススズカ、そして春うらら、1馬身差7番、外を通りまして尾行ペガサス、さらには8番、少し後ろから12番、後方2番手に3番、大欅を越え4コーナーへ。この直線で勝負が決まる。
リフだわ、それだ。
I guess we didn't get that curvature event.
まだ抑えたままだ。春うらら、外で足を溜めています。メジ
Which
ロマックイーン、
is
ここで抜け出した。
annoying, but whatever.
最初に立ち上がったのはメジロマックイーン、外から春うらら。
Like I said, there's a billion velocity skills we can use to make up for it.
春うらら、すごい足で上がってきた。春うらら、完全に抜け出した。残り200、メジロマックイーン食らいついていく。強い。春うらら、リードは5馬身。春うらら、これは完璧な勝利です。他の追随
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。やるわよ。
This definitely could have been bigger.
人参たくさん食べたからすっごく
Game is out here being real stingy.
注目の1番人気6番。
出走だ。
輝スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは4番、7番、マヤのトップが芝からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、4番会長に飛ばして行きます。先頭は4番単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは15番、そしてその内から行ったのは13番、4番手に待機シャトル、マヤのトップが続いている。少し後ろから7番オグリキャップ並んできた。すぐに続いて12番、1馬身離れてエルコンドルパッサー、1馬身差桜爆心号、1馬身離れてエアグルーヴ、11番並んできた。内をついて春うらら、その外並んで菱アマゾン、後方2番手に5番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。互いに足を溜めている展開。
リフだわ、それだ。
春うらら、ここから仕掛けどころだ。マヤのトップがここで抜け出した。終電が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最終コーナー、先陣を切ったのはマヤのトップが400を切りました。外から飛んできたのは春うらら、飛び込んできた春うらら、春うらら先番を目指して加速する春うらら、見事なごぼう抜きを見せる。200を通過。先頭はマヤのトップガン、変わらない春うらら、差し切るか春うらら、抜け出した春うらら、差し切ってゴール。
勝ったらお筆で書くん
Well,
だ
that
よ。
was uncomfortably close.
七丸だ。
That wasn't even against the Wonder Twins.
なんだ。
Man, this is still 16. And screw me.
張り切っていこう。見ててねトレーナー、バビューンと一着取ってきちゃうから。
Yeah, this is just gonna be... Man, this is just gonna be worse than the B turf run. Those turns were not what we needed. We needed better than that.
始まる前からうららな感じ。
注目の3番人気9番 タートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは3番、2番、13番芝からダートに入ります。苦しい戦いを強いられているリトルココ。ここからどう出る？ 3 番会長に飛ばして行きます。先頭行ったのは3番、すぐに続いて2番、3番と2番、序盤からやり合っています。
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
そして
Like, we didn't even need a particularly high roll here. We just needed to not make a low roll our races.
13番、5番手にビターグラス。さらにはグラフバンダー、内から内から。
Like, it'd be hard to have a worse race set than we
その後
got.
からリトルココ。そしてその後ろから行くのはハッピーミーク。それを
And that basically, that costs us training, that costs us unity.
切り札はこれだ。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。まだ牽制し合っているのか。互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
We got mega hosed on mood, so we constantly bled mood bonus on stats when we did get to train.
基本的な末足。ここでかわして先頭はビターグラス。ハルーララ。すごい足で上がってきた。残り200。先頭ハルー
Like, outside of that initial inspiration, this run was comically low roll.
100歳以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利です。ハルーララ。
勝ったらお船で勝つんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
One of those. It's Winter Twins. Whatever, I guess. Do the concert anyway. Yeah, we barely cleared 1100 power. This is like 32 power better than the B turf. Since that one hit 1200 and then takes a 10% penalty, so it goes down to 1080. Problem is then we're also taking 55 speed less compared to that run. Also, we got worse hints too, so like... Are gonna have a worse skill set? This gap exposure acceleration. Oh wait, gap closer is both. It's velocity and acceleration. So we might do this. But I don't know what to do with the 71 SP after that. It's one of those weird things where... Wait, how much was... Sprinting gear? 128. We could afford that and upgrading to hard worker instead. So ignited power is a late race, whereas sprinting gear can trigger whenever it feels like. So I think we want ignited speed power, or ignited spirit power. So the question is... Well, Gap Cozer is also late race, so I think that's the pick over sprinting gear. And we have 71, which I don't think there's anything we could grab here. Like, we can get firm conditions, but that doesn't actually help in this race because it's not a firm conditions race. But I think if we're picking optimal acceleration setup, then like there's nothing else we can afford. If we'd won more of our races, we might have been able to afford to still pick up. No, I guess 57 is a lot. That's too big of a gap. But we might have been able to pick up something like a little more... that could have potentially had some use, but being meme like Lucky 7. Because firm conditions just is 100% not gonna trigger. There's no way we don't... or no way we pass up on no stopping me. I guess we could also look at... we drop sprinting gear... not sprinting gear, gap closer and inherited... Tamas. It's a fairly weak inherit though, but I think it might have better timing. What was distance right? Alright, so you have back half of the race. And it's otherwise between 6th or 7th in CM or 2nd or 3rd in CM. Which, I think realistically Haru will only ever be in position to trigger the 6th or 7th. Basically, because the same velocity and acceleration is picking up. Gap closer. Actually, gap closer is towards the back mid-race. So what is... So 5th or worse? So this technically... This has better trigger conditions unless Haru somehow gets far enough forward to be in 2nd or 3rd. That seems implausible. So yeah, I think maybe gap closer is just a better pick. But it is phase random, whereas... actually, probably the main argument for Tama's, inheriting Tama's here would be... Because it also triggers if we're trying to pass, which is kind of where we want the acceleration to go off. So I guess the question is needing 6th or 7th, but having a trigger on trying to pass better than 5th or worse? Actually, no, it has to be worse than 5th, right? Yeah, 6th or worse, so 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th. So there's the possibility of having it go off if we're 8th or 9th instead. But it triggers at random during that late phase. I think we're gonna spend the extra SP to do White Lightning, because, like... I think those conditions are the ones I like to bank on a little more. And there's effectively no SP difference because firm conditions is Jackal for us. I guess we wouldn't even have... If we had gotten the curvature event, we wouldn't even be having to consider this, too, because we'd just be picking Professor. Man. Yeah, we got kind of trashed on skills, actually. I don't know about this run. I'm so upset. if we compare this is gonna look pretty bad compared to.
成長できたよ。
The other Haru skills. Like, this one would have been basically very close to perfect if I hadn't gotten screwed on the turf. Because it hit all the key skills plus picked up Blade Surger Savvy. And the 1200s, but like, with the minus 10%, this goes down to 1080, which is so bad. The question is 32 power worth losing 55 speed and having a worse skill set? And it's just, man. Well, guess we'll try again. That run was genuinely really upsetting. Clicking win an awful lot here. Man, I wish that fishing trip one had some stats or something, because Jet's pace strategy is kind of whatever. It can give practice perfect, but it seems extremely uncommon. Ishi and Vodka versus Natty and Tosho. Then I guess we also get some unity out of this. I think we take the speed turn.
ワクワクするね。今年の
Like Slick Surge here. Straightaway recovery, Vodka.
今まで通りに走ればいいんだよね。大丈夫。
Not what we were looking for.
注目の一番人気4番ハルウララ。
出走
曇りさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは3番5番7番5番落ち着かない様子。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ3番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは3番。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は5番7番3番手ハルウララここにいた。5番手2番それを見るように1番すぐに続いて9番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はそれだ。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのは3番。追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ。外からハルウララ驚異的な末足4着を切りました。ハルウララ抜け出した。まくって上がってくるハルウララ。ハルウララこのまま押し切れるか。ハルウララ足色は衰えない。200を通過。ハルウララリードは3馬身。速い速い。先頭はハルウララ変わらない強さを見せつけてハルウララゴールイン。
わわわわやったやるなら面白い練習がいいな。そういうのある？ふむふむ。
Counter acceleration is unfortunately not something that helps us with CM itself. Thanks, the hydrate.
ワクワクするね。ねえねえ。いくよ。なんだ。なんぴょんぴょん。
Ishi or Vodka versus Tosho and Halo, but also we gain energy back doing this compared to spending it. Also, we hit double unity. I guess we're doing Wit. Straightaway spray, but this isn't an end closer, Haru.
今年の
turns kinda suck.
お参りの時
Might do. Dirt Sprint is only worth 1,000 fans, though. It's so bad. Do I really want to do a race here?
今年の
These turns are hilarious turbo, so like... This really can't be worse than taking one of those
注目
turns.
の1番人気10番ハルウララ
出走だ
あれは今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
1番のマルゼンスキー、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、芝からダートに入ります。マルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー、このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は
Actually, you know, I don't even know how much race bonus this deck has. I think it's like moderately high because we get plus 13 for winning.
それを見るように5番、さらに
Okay,
は11番、
the rest
3
stuff.
番、少し離れて12番、そのうち並んで7番、差がなく8番、マルゼンスキー先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
マルゼンスキー、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか。
You can tell I really ended up with a deck that accidentally stacked up a bunch of race bonus when I gained plus 14.
400を切りました。最後のコーナー、最初に立ち上がったのはマルゼンスキー、ハルウララ、完全に抜け出した。ハルウララまくって上がってくる。残り200食い下がるマルゼンスキー、ハルウララリードは3馬身、先頭は変わらずハルウララ、後ろを突き放してハルウララゴールイン。
あわわわやったー
Ah, yes.
うららはやるよ、見ててね。
Food remains great, and then we get pickled. Thanks, game.
お参りの
Let's
時
see.
ね、神様に約束したの。
So our race
よく
bonus
走ります。見ててね。
20%. We must barely hit the threshold to push it to plus 13. Because 20% is kind of low. It'd be higher if I was borrowing a nice nature instead of using my own zero limit break one, but the do I want to take this? But the vodka is huge power, or yeah, being a huge power stat stick outweighs running Biwa and then the nice nature. Because otherwise, without the vodka, I do start to fall short on power, and it's just tragic. Guess I'll just bump Tosho here.
ライスちゃんと
On guts, huh? Well, I guess we want a Spirit Burst of some kind. I pick Guts again here. See if we can get Slick Surge hints, and we need the Unity. Even though probably should be improving Halo or Hishi here.
よしやるぞ
Tokyo Racecourse, vodka please.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは7番、12番、10番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、7番早くも先頭に躍り出た。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は5番第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。7番先頭に立ちました。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは5番、さらに10番、6番並んでくる。12番続いている。後から春うらら、そのうち並んで1番、そしてその外8番、1馬身離れて4番、2番追走、後方2番手に3番、11番、現在しんがりだ。7番先頭をキープ。これは面白い展開だ。このまま進みますか。
これは大胆な作戦。波乱の展開になりそうです。
先頭は相変わらず7番、続いて5番、後から6番、4番手1番、すぐに続いて12番、10番追走春うらら、ここにいます。内を回って2番、少し後ろから8番、内には4番、さらには3番、11番、最後方からという体勢であります。7番先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいい。
いくだわそれだ。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
最終コーナー、最初に立ち上がったのは7番、外から春うらら、驚異的な末脚春うらら、見事なごぼう抜きを見せる。200を通過。2番手争いは春うらら、5番、ここまでか。7番春うらら、並びかけてきた。春うらら差し切ってゴール。1着は
あわわわやったー。みんな頑張ったもんね。
Alright, cheesy sweep. Man, Halo and Hishi keep dodging the group, and then the group keeps wanting to be on Guts.
いくよライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん。ねえねえ、
I wouldn't even want to do, because the turf sprint without at least upgrading to B is bad, especially on in soft race conditions. Man, train turn's kinda ass. We're behind on power too.
福笑い作ったんだ。今 切っていこ
AMCH. They've been not great so far. We had a really cracked out initial inspiration on the previous run, and then like the rest of the run was just really, really bad. So basically completely wasted an A turf roll.
う。出走だ。
輝くタイムスタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはスマートファルコン3番1番芝原ダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うららスマートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは3番、あとは2番少し後ろから11番、そしてその内からいたのは5番、外で12番1番続いている。その外並んで8番少し後ろから7番春うららここにいます。外を回って15番、そしてその後方には13番、そのうち並んで4番9番続いている。後方2番手に16番10
They
番
basically low rolled hard enough that it has worse effective stats. The run that my best B turf run, which is just not great.
残り400スマートファルコン抜け出した飛び込んできた春うらら春うらら
Rather upsetting. Speaking of upsetting,
このまま最後まで行って
I guess we're not winning this either.
リードを保っているスマートファルコンスマートファルコンリードは1打数5番繰り下がるスマートファルコン今ゴー
参上。すごいでしょ。なんだろう。ライスちゃんとは
I guess we do have a problem here where we're getting screwed on power.
やるわよ。合体ママ。
It's gonna be really bad for us for any turf runs we attempt, or turf races.
力がバーンって溢れそう。
Well, we hit turf B, but like hit a number of those on offline runs where senior year doesn't pay out, so we still need senior year to pay out. Also, we need to stop getting screwed on power. But I guess with turf B, it becomes less bad to be at this power level against any upcoming turf races.
なんだろう。すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。はあ
Could do the Arlington Cup here.
なんだろう。すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。はあ なんだろう。
Although, then if we have a good training turn after this...
力が出ないよ。
Yeah, you know what? I shouldn't do that, otherwise it puts us in a bad position. Besides, this turn sucks, so we can do... Well, we can do a race, but none of them are gonna be good. Because the only graded races are turf medium.
私
I guess we'll push Spear Burst on Pitaru.
行くよ。そうだ。
I guess we'll give the Aoi Stakes a shot.
ここは負けられない一番人気。
出走だ。
上空に今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは岩早秀、西のフラワー11番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら11番、先頭
I didn't even look at the stats we got out of that inspiration.
2番、2人の競り合いは続いている。
いいライバル感
I
覚
don't
に
think
な
it
りそうで
was
すね。
much.
先頭をかけます。11番、続いて2番、早くも激しい競り合い。4馬審査カレンちゃん、4番手には岩早秀、5番手に西のフラワー。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
ここからスパート、一気にレースが動きます。
先頭は見合ったまま、このまま直線での争いになるのか。2番、ここで抜け出した。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは11番、栄光まで400春うらら。外で足を止めています。最終コーナー、最初に立ち上がったのは2番、並んでくる春うらら。外から飛んできたのは春うらら。残り200、西のフラワー。苦しいけど粘っている春うらら。ここで上がってきたぞ春うらら。
That's why we take the acceleration skills.
やったー。
Sometimes when the game tries to dick Haru over, she can turn it around with a skill proc.
今のうららはスーパーうららなんだよ。すっごく調子いいんだから。
There was... Yeah, stat-wise, that inspiration was hot garbage, holy
や
crap.
る気満タン、絶好調だよ。お参りの時ね、神様に約束したの。たくさん元気よく走ります。
I think we need to price
ねえねえ、
Spirit Burst
練
and
習どれに
Rest.
しようってなって。
Like, technically, this unity would potentially be okay.
あがきからはみ出すかも。
Actually, aside from our Wong team, it really should be fine.
ライスちゃんと羽根つく。
So maybe we take the power turn here and then rest? Or, speed turn also comes with a white unity and Kita-san hand. I think we'll do that.
張り切っていこう。
So since we won that turf sprint, we'll just ignore the unicorn stakes here.
なんだろう。
If this would have been a good time to have the energy for power, but we don't want to screw our summer here.
始まる前からうららーな感じ。いくよー。
実力は引けを取りません。青春スタート。各 各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは10番進行ウィンディ2番、先頭は10番単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は進行ウィンディ、その外並んで9番、4番手には2番、1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう10番快調に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのは10番、このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは進行ウィンディ、そしてその後方には9番、8番並んできた。内で2番外目をついて春うらら1番並んできた。少し後ろから12番6番並んでくる。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ8馬身、各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
現在1番手は10番進行ウィンディ、続いている3番手には8番外から春うらら1馬身離れて1番、少し後ろから9番外2番後ろ6番4番並びかけてきた。それを見るように12番後方2番手に5番11番、最後方からのレースになりました。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。栄光まで400、まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。残り200、並んでくる春うらら完全に抜け出した。春うらら足色は衰えない。春うらら1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを制した。
No, I don't think I'll be able to look at Shinko Windy the same.
チームを奮い立たせる。
Cause I hit that. I got jump scared by one of her events where she like tries to bite Agnes Digital and Agnes Digital is super into it. It's like, uh-oh. So now it's impossible not to think about that screenshot every time I see Shinko Windy. Damn, I'm glad we put effort into making sure that we had energy here. Yeah, wet turn, I guess. You're a race course, huh? Man, this is a super weak summer.
今のうららはスーパーうららなんだよ。すっごく調子いいんだから。
I think what I might do here is race the leopard stakes and then hopefully there's a good training on the late August. Or, this is gonna put us in probably the teens for risk for whatever comes after this if I train here. I mean, I guess it is technically 30 speed and 20 power. We'll do the stats, I guess. It's 25%. Yeah, I'm not willing to take that. Alright, I guess we'll race here. I'm gonna do the Keeneland and then we'll rest on after summer. Yeah, I think that's the play.
各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。
Yes, Return of the Revenge
先
of
行
Late
争いは
Start.
シアケボの待機シャトル2番注目の春うらら、少し後方に位置取りましたね。
この位置なら周囲の様子を伺います。冷静にレースを進めてますね。
先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭は2番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは岸明ボの内から行く待機シャトル、1馬身離れて6番その外並んで岸アマゾン、内から春うらら、それを見るように5番少し離れて4番、すぐに続いて3番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
先頭は見合ったまま、果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。残り400。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは岸明ボの待機シャトル、ここで抜け出した待機シャトル、先頭は待機シャトル、これは強い。残り200。待機シャトルリードは3馬身、先頭は待機シャトル、変わらない待機シャトル、足色は衰えない待機シャトル。
やったいい着だよ。
He's getting stuck and stalled by those duels. Wow, that's a really late start to the curvature chain. We can attempt the Mainichio Con.
今年の年賀状トレーナーに
We keep having problems with the G3s, so I don't know if we really want to. Granted, I guess we're kind of banking on the G1s
ライスちゃんと話
if we don't do it, but we really can't afford to spend too many turns on extra races here. So I think we're gonna wit turn this and then hopefully we get a decent training turn here. I mean, it's a spirit burst, so it's still 30 power. These stats are gonna be so bad going into senior year too, man.
なんだろう、すっごく眠くて力がない。
注目の1番人気10番。
出走だ。
スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なス
Okay,
タ
now
ート
we're
を切
just
りま
late
した。
starting
これは
everything
一度が熾
again.
烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、桜爆信号、スマートファルコン、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはスマートファルコン、続いて桜爆信号、さらにマルゼンスキー9番、4番手、5番手には5番、4番並びかけてきた。そしてその外から行ったのは待機シャトル、内の方から3番、そして外目をつきましては春うらら、そしてそのうちオグリーキャップ。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。地方レース場トップクラスの長さを誇る大いの直線に差し掛かります。最終コーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのはスマートファルコン、待機シャトル。先頭に変わった残り200。2番手争いはハルウララ、スマートファルコン、ハルウララ。 完全に抜け出した。ハルーララ差し切ってゴール。ハルーララ JBC。
We had to proc both acceleration scalars to win there. Which is so dumb. Our current fan bonus is 58. Someone not activated? I think we're in an awkward spot where even if we win, attempt this and win, we need to do another race. This is just shy of a 60% bonus. It should be like 17,000. No, I guess if we win, it is like exactly enough. We have to win.
注目の一番人気11番ハルーララ。
これ以上ないし。
Actually, this is. I probably shouldn't have done this. This is.
さあゲートが開いた。
Soft and a 10% power bonus or penalty, so we're like down by 100 power.
の結果を出せるか。一番人気ハルーララツインター快調に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのはツインター。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは菱明ボノ内でゴールドシチ。さらに6番、さらにはアグネス・タキオ内で藤木関。少し後ろからサイレンス鈴鹿内から8番2馬身離れて15番少し離れて尾行ペガサス内をついてハルーララ14番。
I guess we could simply double proc the acceleration
それを見るように
skills.
3番すぐに続いて12番9番
See
並ん
if
でくる
that
後方
happens.
2番手に13番1番最高峰だ。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。ツインターどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つける
We're
とい
really
いですが
stuck in the back of the pack though. This is bad.
第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
先頭は見合ったまま。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。さあそこから先頭を伺うのはアグネス・タキオハルーララ。前を狙っているぞ。4着を切りました。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入った。菱明ボノ
We didn't get Nimble Navigator.
ハルーララ残り200。
It looks like Mummy might be enough.
ハルーララここで抜け出したハルーララ。足色は衰えない。お見事ハルーララ。100歳以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利。
Alright, finally a decent race that actually gets us something. Barely clearing 40,000. Now the problem here is that means that we absolutely have no wiggle room for losing the 2 senior year ones, but if we do the Champions Cup, that's 3 in a row, and I only really want to do that if we're desperately trying to get fans. Because Because that basically comes with an almost guaranteed mood down. Nice triple speed. Shame we're still going into senior year with not particularly good stats. It's gonna be an uphill battle. We're gonna need like 4 more of those triple rainbow turns in order to dig us out of the hole we're in. Yeah, I guess this is probably gonna be a bit dicey because we only did the 3 spirit bursts. Even though we hit 36 white unity, it's probably not quite enough to make up for it. It's basically like 1 spirit burst is worth 20 white unity for the most part. So we're not super flush on team skill here.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
Although I think we're holding 2 spirit bursts that we just didn't get to use. So if we survive this, then we're probably set for the next unity race.
4番手この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。スマートファルコン快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭は
Then
ス
we
マートファルコン
somewhere in between there we just need to get like a couple more spirit bursts or a ton more white unity
そしてその外を回って1番そしてその
so that
内
we can match up against
1馬
Zenith.
身離れて12番少し後ろから
Also, I guess we need to be given a turf and a lot of stats.
並んでくる後方2番手に7番大木焼を越え4コーナーへ先頭を
Yeah,
狙っ
this
たまま
man, this run just has a wish list a mile
進行
long.
ウィンディここで抜け出したさあ内から先頭を伺うのはスマートファルコンハルーララ前を狙っているぞさあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのは進行ウィンディ400を切りましたハルーララ内をつくすごい足だハルーララ先段を目指して加速する飛び込んできたハルーララ並びかけてきたのはハルーララ残り200先頭進行ウィンディしかしその差はわずかハルーララ差し切るかハルーララ完全に抜け出したハルーララ差し切ってゴール最終第5レースカップ
We almost lost that. And that's a safe route too. Yay, raise hot spring take a chance. Well, I guess that sort of helps solve our stat issue problem. But only by a little bit. Alright, I think I'm grabbing early fighter here. Oh, didn't notice we have max hints on it or swell. Problem is the requirement on this makes this pretty unattractive. Because you have to be passing on the outside on the final corner. Which is fine in career, is gonna be really bad in the sprint CM. So I think that's an unfortunate, well, we're gonna pass. But I'm gonna grab early fighter here. Because we absolutely don't want to have to do more races here, so we want to get the win on these This in the February stakes.
さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
You've still never seen me lose a Unity Cup before? Really?
期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気ハルウララマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭はマルゼンスキー単身で飛ばして行きます。
Because I get hosed in those on a regular basis when I'm not doing the safe route. And even then, sometimes the safe route just sneaks up and wrecks me. For no real reason, just like, yeah, you had a team of 3D ranker races, but we decided they all lose. The Haru ult is way better than your base form.
外から飛んできたのはハルウララ。ここで先頭に立ったピシアマゾン。ハルウララまくって上がってくるハルウララ。すごい足で上がってきた200を通過。ハルウララ抜け出したハルウララ。足色は衰えない強い。1着はハルウララ。
Because base Haru's skills, skill kit and unique are just basically worthless. Seasonal privileges. Yeah, pretty much. All privileges, really. Yeah, this Haru having like an actual velocity skill to her name makes things a lot better for her. Also, not getting stuck with B mile and having A mile is quite notable for freeing up some pink spark slots. Do we want to click? This is a ton of Unity and we kind of need it, but man, I really don't want to click it on Guts. I'd rather use this Taiki Spirit Burst on like speed or power, but I think we can't really be choosy here.
これ以上ない仕上がりですね。ダート界のスター誕生を期待したいですね。
Yeah, original Haru is unique. It doesn't help her in her typical distances, and even if you're trying to do a Rima, the timing on it is so bad that it might as well not even be there.
好レースが期待できそうです。
芝からダートに入ります。桜爆信号とマルゼンスキー。この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。
Also, the trigger requirements are extremely inconsistent.
続いて桜爆信号。
So even if it was like somehow in a position where, or like at a timing in the race where it would be useful, the needing to be far enough back in the pack and close to a runner in front of her is just really bad. So it makes it so you can't, even if you want to rely on it, and if it would trigger it at a good point of the race, it makes it so that it's unreliable to trigger, which is just not what you want out of a unique, which is normally the only skill you can really be guaranteed to have if you meet the conditions. Alright, well we barely didn't get exploded there. Comparatively, New Year's Haru's her unique scales. The farther back you are, the bigger the multiplier, so it should help her catch up a lot of the time, as long as she doesn't get blocked. So it's comparatively a very large improvement. Which, I guess when the bar is basically not having a unique, it's, you know, not a hard bar to clear, but still. Well, we need a turf rock here. We're gonna get scammed. I guess we're going to double turf rock. Well, if somehow we pull the stats out, this is an S turf Haru. Suppose the Ura proc also helps. Alright, game, you've got my attention. Don't screw me. Power or speed here. We do need the unity. So I think we do... Man, I want both, but I think we do this while we have vodka and a spirit burst together. It's a shame Hishi decided not to show up. That's still a pretty big boost. Have we gotten... Okay, we did get the end of Nature's Chains. We don't have to worry about on your left. So our main worry here is getting the stats and not dying to Unity Cup. Because if we die to Unity or to Zenith, then it's just over. I'm gonna cycle this. Because we do want a little bit of extra wit, and vodka might give us Slick Surge hint. Straightaway acceleration. I mean, I guess at 4 hints, technically, that could be a legit pick. Considering. Because the final spurt takes place entirely on a straightaway in this CM. So I'll think about it, if we need a filler skill. I think we rest here. We'll leave the keto on. Hopefully she Spirit bursts on speed. Or I'd like to have both her and Tosho do it, but Spirit Burst Wit here is pretty helpful for not depleting energy and still getting us a little bit of speed. So I think we would have to be extremely unfortunate now to lose this Unity since it's a safe route. So that just leaves Zenith as a concern. We're a bit low going into senior summer here, so I'm concerned. Oh, the game put Haru on Mile? Do I agree with that auto assign? So I don't know, do we have the stamina for it? Like if we compare Condor and Tosho here. All of our sprinters, though, are E-miles, so that's no good. We don't want to nerf their speed. Well, I mean, I guess we would normally be running Dirt Mile anyway, if she hadn't hit S-Turf. So, does it matter? This would only really work if we could swap down into sprint. It's activating either at the start or the final sprint, so it doesn't seem terrible. Yeah, that's true. Man, that course is such a weird setup. I guess that's why it makes it so we're stuck using Mummy Creek's unique as the main acceleration of choice, unless you happen to be a pacer and grab Plancha. But as a pacer, you potentially need both.
このままリードすることができるか。第2コーナーの丘を越え直線へ。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番、後から9番、外目をついて12番、少し後ろからスイープ闘争、内から春うらら、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ14馬身。先頭は依然6番、2馬身リード。続きました7番、3番手に9番、後からスイープ闘争、5番手に春うらら、さらにエルコンドルパサー、そしてその内を回って12番、1馬身差メジロドーベル、1馬身離れて1番、外で5番、後方2番手に3番、最後方2番、意気揚々と先頭行きます。6番、どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
第4コーナーカーブ、
内から来るか外から来るか。最後
リフだわ、それだ。
まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。栄光まで400。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。スイープ闘争、すごい足で上がってきた。残り200。ここで並んだスイープ闘争、譲らないか。先頭スイープ闘争。
I guess there's our answer. Stamina was definitely enough.
スイープ闘争、体勢有利か。
やったやった、2着だよ。
Well, Condor actually managed to sneak ahead too, so we 1-2-3'd them. Alright, clean sweep. Definitely not the best start of the summer. Like, Spirit Burst is nice, but it eats extra energy, which is not great for us. And alright, I guess we whip this and then hopefully we get a good speed or power turn. But this is definitely not what we were looking for. Our stats might be cooked unless the game really or stops screwing us on these training turns.
各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはオグリキャップ6番
Like, I'll even take just 1100 speed if Pishi and Vodka get it together and let me push max power.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは1番、3番手、3番、6番、4番手、2番、5番手、外から行く桜爆心王、春うらら、ここにいた、外には12番、その後ろからシアマゾン、内5番、後ろ7番、それを見るように8番、その外並んで13番、オグリキャップ、先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。
This course is short enough that theoretically we can get away with less than max speed. Theoretically.
各馬娘一打となって団子状態の大混戦。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
先頭は依然オグリキャップ2馬身リード。続きました1番、その後ろに3番、4番手には桜爆心王、6番空想、それを見るように春うらら。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
切り札はそれだ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。残り400、じりじり詰める春うらら。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。春うらら抜け出した。残り200、3番手争いはフィッシュアマゾン。1番食い下がるオグリキャップ、春うらら。足色は衰えない。強さを見せつけて春うらら今勝利です。
あわわわ、やった
Does this actually get us enough fans? I'm concerned. JBC Sprint is only worth 6,000. We need 10k. I don't know. I don't think we hit it. Oh, this is really unfortunate if we miss. Yeah, we meant to buy 500. God damn it, man. As if our training wasn't bad enough.
張り切っていこう。
If only we could count the Arima in there, but it triggers before we hit Arima. And I don't... Actually, even if the reporter shows up, I don't know if it actually gets us.
やる気満タン、絶好調だよ。
Because the 500 is, I think, a little bit short. Yeah, we would be 4 fans short, even if Otanashi showed up and gave us the 500 bonus. I don't know if she can even do that on a goal race. This is bad.
ワクワクするね。
9%. No. Knew it. This run's over. Run's super over.
なんだろう。すっごく。私はいつも通りだよ。
注目の1番人気3番ハルーララ。
Only on extra races since it's a post-race replacement event. Yeah, figured. I guess not that it matters now. We're just completely dead.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
マルゼンスキーとエルコンドルバスター、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ。さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。
This really
このままリードす
sucks.
ることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
Managing to hit the
14番
inspo lock and then just like getting the lowest of shit low rolls on stats.
まだ牽制し合っているのか。互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
先頭マルゼンスキー、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。
切り札はそれだ。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後
a larger amount than I thought it would be. Still nowhere close, though. Because we're only supposed to get 58%. But somehow we got more. Or wait, I'm counting. Yeah, no, this is so 13. Yeah, it should only be 58. Where is that extra bit coming from? Because, like, by my calculations, we should have gotten 200-ish less than that. Well, whatever, I guess. There's zero way we can salvage this run now. Especially if we're just gonna get, like, garbage one rainbow turns here like this. Does the support have a fan bonus? Because it doesn't show up there. It might?
ダート最強の走りで見事チャンピオンに輝いてほしいですね。
Let me check while we run the race, I guess. Man, I hate how useless that perk checker is in game.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは桜爆心王、スマートファルコン、マルゼンスキー、春うらら、落ち着かない様子。
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、桜爆心王、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭をかけます桜爆心王。続いてスマートファルコン、激しい先頭争い。3番手マルゼンスキー、そしてその外から行ったのはエルコンドルパサー。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身。桜爆心王まだリードをキープしています。続きましたスマートファルコン、そしてその後方にはマルゼンスキー4番手14番、すぐに続いてタイプ
No, nothing that shows up on damage.
外から行く9番、あとは8番、1馬身離れて10番。ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント。それを見るように西のフラワー
Spot have a bigger
並んでくる。
boost.
3番続いている内からオグリキャップ、さらに1番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ最後の
リフだわ。
Oh, I guess Natty does give 5% when she's actually activated.
ここから捉えることができるのか。400を切りました。最後のコーナー
I thought Zero Limit Break didn't give it at all, but yeah, I guess apparently
マルゼンスキー先頭に変わった外から
her unique activates to give her +5. So yeah, I guess that's where it's coming from. Unfortunately, it wasn't close to enough.
勝ったらお船で書くんだよね。勝利の
Throne of Dirt of the World, huh? Well, this run is dirt, so I guess she's right.
この調子ならいけるかも。レースまだかな。早くいっぱい走っ。
10番人
みんな強いね。次は負けないぞ。コンディション。
do we not have more B runners when we have 8 spirit bursts? I guess we've technically got a full team of like decently statted Umas, but
たくさんトレーニングしたし
that's not necessarily a winning setup.
7番春うらら5番
Granted, I guess without the stats, it's kind of pointless even if we do get no stopping me here.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね
Because even with the S turf,
冷静さを取り戻せる
there's like no way we can possibly even compare to the B turf run,
このままリードする
which
ことが
is
できるか2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは5番
mega sad.
激しい競り合
Like
い後ろ4番外には8番あとは春うららそしてリコーペガサスそしてその内を回ってキングヘイロー
that's comically terrible levels of bad low rolling on
大きいを越え4コーナ
stats.
ーへさあいよいよ直線だ
切り札はこれだ
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのかさあ外から先頭を伺うのは5番春うらら前を狙っているぞ気持ちよく逃げている10番さあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのは10番突っ込んでくる春うらら残り400追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ外から上がってきたのは春うらら抜け出したのは10番だが後続も追いすがる残り200先頭春うららしかしその差はわずか春うらら足色は衰えない先頭は依然春うらら春うらら1着でゴールイン実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを
うわわわやったー
Oh, we did win.
最高の勝利だぜ
We're losing that one of the very few high roll speed turns. Just having a reverse. Like, wow, we're getting another one here, but it's too late to actually make up for it. We're under 1,000 on both stats.
たくさんトレーニングしたし
注目の1番人気6番
At best, this is what, like a 1050 on either? That's
出走だ
embarrassing.
今スタートが切られました各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね好レースが期待できそうです
7番と桜爆信号この2人が競り合っているぞ芝からダートに入ります期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うらら花を奪っていったのは7番桜爆信号追走激しい先頭争いそしてその後ろから行くのは岩早秀春うららペースが速い
スタミナを切らさないか心配です
まだ牽制し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが
I
進みます
guess Haru's the
密
pace
集していると
chaser
紛れ
now.
がありそうですね
先頭桜爆信号レースはよどみなく進んでいます続きました岩早秀その後7番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
切り札はこれだ
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません
さあいよいよ直線だどのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか春うらら前を狙っているぞ春うらら内で様子を伺う残り40最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのは春うらら春うらら速い速いもはや独走状態春うらら先頭は春うららこれは強い残り200これは強い春うららリードは7馬身春うららこれは完璧な勝利です他の追随を
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね勝利の花丸だそうだ
It's also like the run is actually trying here, but it's like physically impossible.
多分いい感じだよこの調子なら
So we get 40 more, about 40 more in flat bonuses, and then most we can reasonably get is maybe 50-ish
13番春うらら
off of like a crazy training turn, and we're gonna be taking a gamble on not exploding if we do get it.
です。各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、ミホノブルボン、スマートファルコン。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気スマートファルコン。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはミホノブルボン。早くも激しい競り合い。外から行くスマートファルコン、そしてその後ろから行くのはマルゼンスキー。その後から3番、少し後ろからタマモクロス。10番並んできた。そしてその外から行ったのは15番、7番続いている。
Uma giveth, Uma taketh.
そして外目を突き出しては松金福来たり。
But mostly it just take it.
4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
互いに足を止めている展開。このまま直線での争いになるのか。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはスマートファルコン。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのはミホノブルボン。400を切りました。ハルウララ強烈な追い上げ。ハルウララここで上がってくる。ハルウララ抜け出したミホノブルボン。追いすがる。残り200。ハルウララリードは4馬身。2番手争いはミホノブルボン、スマートファルコン。
Like any good roguelite, I guess.
際限ない走り。次のレースが今から楽しみです。ハルウララ URA
勝ったらお船で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。
I mean, it's been taking from me all week since last week. Yep. Man, the speed's gonna be pretty bad too, even if we do win this coin flip.
ありゃりゃ。
Nope. Yeah. Whatever, I guess.
私はいつも通りだよ。前よりいい成績。今まで通りに走ればいいんだよね。大丈夫だよ。
Even if we won both of those, that's like plus 70 on speed and power. So like the two failed training turns if we got them.
楽しんで走ってくるね、トレーナー。
So even after those and the flat bonuses here, we barely make 1100. So yeah, this run would have still been just worse than the B turf.
前よりいい成績残すぞ。
Alright, we do have ads sitting. I'm gonna let those run, refill my water, and then we'll close this out and see if the game continues to abuse Haru for the next 3 attempts. So I'll be right back.
いつもみたく楽しんで走ってくるね、トレーナー。 私はいつも通りだよ。前よりいい成績残すぞ。 今まで通りに走ればいいんだよね。大丈夫だよ。 いつもみたく楽しんで走ってくるね、トレーナー。 私はいつも通りだよ。前よりいい成績残すぞ。 今まで通りに走ればいいんだよね。大丈夫だよ。 いつもみたく楽しんで走ってくるね、トレーナー。 私はいつも通りだよ。前よりいい成績残すぞ。 私はいつも通りだよ。 今まで通りに走ればいいんだよね。大丈夫だよ。いつも見たく楽しんで走ってくるね、トレーナー。私はいつも通りだよ。前よりいい成績残すぞ。今まで通りに走ればいいんだよね。大丈夫だよ。いつも見たく楽しんで走ってくるね、トレーナー。私はいつも通りだよ。前よりいい成績残すぞ。今まで通りに走ればいいんだよね。大丈夫だよ。
Alright, let's get this race rolling.
注目の3番人気2番ハルウララ。
出走だ。
あれは今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは11番ビターグラッセ、ハッピーウィーク期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビターグラッセ、11番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは11番。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはマヤのトップガン。
This last two runs have been so depressing.
ハッピーウィーク、すぐに続いてスペシャルウィーク、そしてその外を回ってアグネスタキオン、そして外目を突き出してはリトルココン。内を回ります春うらら、大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
Finally get the inspos, can't get anything else.
勝負になるか。ビターグラッセ、内で様子を伺うマヤのトップガン。ここで抜け出した。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは11番各馬娘。一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
400を切りました。最後のコーナー、先陣を切ったのはマヤのトップガン。ビターグラッセ、完全に抜け出した。内から仕掛けたのは春うらら。ビターグラッセ、先頭はビターグラッセ。これは強い。
I guess we're gonna proc literally nothing, too. Why did the Give Mummy a Hug take so long to proc there?
今1着でゴールイン。
3着。すごいでしょ。
Whatever. Cursed race for a cursed run, I
3番
guess.
人気
出走だ。
輝く。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはビターグラッセ、15番マヤのトップガン。先頭は15番単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はビターグラッセ、外から行くマヤのトップガン。4番手アグネスタキオン、11番並んできた。それを見るようにハッピーウィーク、外を通りましてスペシャルウィーク。1馬身離れてパルウララ、後ろリトルココン。少し後ろから16番内から行く4番12番並んでくる。大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。
切り札はこれだ。
先頭は見合ったまま。このまま直線での争いになるのか。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最後のコーナー、先陣を切ったのはマヤのトップガン。最後は2人のつばぜり合いだ。映像まで400。ハルウララ3段を目指して。
Why are we falling behind here? What the hell?
ハルウララ突っ込んでくる。一気に上がってくる。ハルウララ200を通過。先頭は依然マヤのトップガン。ハルウララ差し切るか。ここまでか。マヤのトップガン。ハルウララ差し切ってゴール。ハルウララ URA ファイナルズ決勝を制しました。
Well, she managed to pull it off at the end there, but like, what even was that?
勝利の花丸だ。
Age Rate. The game bullied us twice in a row. Not just one run, but 2 runs. Well, I guess at least we have Mayano in the concert, so it's something different. How could they bully Haru? That's just the way Cygames operates. This is basically the 32nd attempt across all runs, starting from when we actually pitied for her. So the game's being pretty rough about this. Especially since it's not like we're asking for a Rima level pink sparks here. Yeah, if we hadn't gotten screwed on those strings, it'd be like 11-10 for speed and power. And the S turf would have bumped it up, power up to like almost 1200. I mean, I guess it would have been better enough than the B turf run that I would have taken it. So I guess we almost had it despite the shenanigans. Or like something I was willing to accept. Not much to do with 90 here. Or 99. Lucky 7. Might as well do like snowy days if we're doing something like that. So like theoretically it's a serious skill setup. This was fine, I guess. I mean, I guess straightaway acceleration, we got 3 hints on United Spirit Power. So yeah, skill set turned out pretty good. Stats turned out not so good. And we're never gonna get a Turf S again. So I'm so sad that this was a complete wash otherwise. Nice Turf Spark. And, I'm gonna mark this because haha hee hee. Turf Spark Haru.
成長できたよ。面白そうなイベント。
Might have to actually. Okay, no. We still have enough room to do the 3 runs without being needing to transfer anyone.
考えた最強着物ポーズ。バラの新春。
Alright, well, we go again. Maybe the game will be kinder. Who knows? Will be nice once we get to actually training her for dirt. For the dirt mile. Because that'll be really simple for the CM since she's actually got the aptitudes for them for once.
どんなメニューをやる。よし、やるぞ。
And then it's relatively trivial to get Ogiri a decent dirt miler run too. So like training for that is definitely gonna feel significantly better than praying that Cygames doesn't screw Haru on the turf sparks.
ねえねえ。
I guess I'll have to figure out what to do as a 3rd member for that. I guess the obvious answer would just be to grab Condor, since she's like same boat as Ogiri. I don't think I have anyone else who could easily build into it. Because I have a few Umas who are like E-Dirt, which you can, with enough sparks, that gets them to A without requiring inspirations, but the problem is none of them are milers. Which just kind of heads everything off at the pass there.
お参りの時ね。どんなメニューをやるの？教えて。
注目の1番人気7番ハルウララ。
出走だ
上空にスタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは4番5番3番5番。ペースが速い。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ。先頭は5番単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は4番1馬身差。3番4番手にはハルウララ。その後2番そのうち並んで1番外を通りまして6番その外並んで9番内には8番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ1馬身以上の差がある。
リフだわそれだ
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたハルウララ。まだ抑えたままだハルウララ。前を狙っていると各馬娘一打となって団子状態の大混戦。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのは5番。残り400。外から飛んできたのはハルウララ。飛び込んできたハルウララ。抜け出したのは4番。
Lose the debut. Please, Haru.
ハルウララ。並びかけてきたハルウララ。抜け出したハルウララ。足色は衰えない。お見事ハルウララ。
Okay, sneaking in pretty late
見
there.
事な勝利です。ハルウララ見事に完勝。
Check something.
レースデビューを制しました。
Because we did pull
4番
clean, but I don't think. I remember her having like E dirt, but yeah, she's E dirt F mile. And that's like a trend, because Opera O is also E dirt E mile, so it's just like it's impossible to get enough sparks to actually fix that without relying on inspiration. And I think I'll have had my fill of that after this CM for a while.
お参りの時ね、神様に約束したの。たくさん元気よ。ふむふむ。
Alright, Tosha giving us the early charming. That might help with the stats. Depends on how cooperative the friends are with lining up here.
やるぞ。なんだ。そうだ。ワクワクするね。
Kishi, the first one to orange, is pretty unusual.
お参りの時。
In particular, because I don't prioritize her compared to Vodka and Kita-san.
ナイスちゃん。よし、やるぞ。
Probably do the speed turn there. I don't think there's anything that can contest it. Yeah.
やるわよ。合体魔法。なんだろう。
I don't know. I mean, what turn for Natty on her own is. Yeah, if she was orange so I could rainbow this would probably give us enough energy, but I don't
僕ね。
want to put myself in an awkward position after it.
ナイス。
Ah, yes, the double charming. I really wish Haru would have a double circle charming event, or just like the ability to upgrade to it. Because, like, she's one of the few characters who just absolutely deserves something like that. It's not like there's no precedent for that. Because Aishin and Meijiro Ryan can hit practice perfect double circle. Kind of weak stat wise, but Brew's vodka maybe gives. Well, what does? We actually don't really care about Natty's hints that much, so you know what? We'll leave that be. Speaking of practice perfect, that event can give it. It's incredibly stingy on it though. Like, anecdotally, if I had to guess, that event gives it maybe 20% of the time. It's not as bad as fast learner rates, but it's still bad.
注目の一番人気青春杯スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは2番、4番、9
It's especially feels especially bad on an event that otherwise doesn't give stats or anything. This pace strategy is a pretty whatever skill, especially on a miler slash sprinter.
このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番、4番、3番手、さらには5番、さらに春うらら。
It's that whole problem all over again where like original Haru has 3 recovery skills including her unique and it's like what is she even gonna do with this?
レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続きました9番、2馬身、3馬身開いて4番、その後から5番、1馬身差、1番、その外並んで6番、少し後ろから7番、少し離れて春うらら、少し後ろから
They're not even good recovery skills either. Cygames couldn't have the decency to give her Maestro or... Well, I guess Breath of Fresh Air isn't amazing, but it would still be a significant step up from anything else that original Haru has.
持ち越された。まだ1馬身以上の差があると、ここから捉えることができるのか。できました。春うらら突っ込んでくる。春うらら残り200。並びかけてたのは春うらら。春うららすごい足で上がってきた。春うらら抜け出した。春うらら今ゴールインか。
Or Taiki Drew. Wow, Taiki. Can't even help the team, but when you're racing against Haru, you have to just be a jerk and proc shooting. Well, this seems like a pretty decent Unity turn, so I guess we're taking that. Man. Game really doesn't want to give us speed or power right now. Unless we choose Guts. We could choose Guts and get 7 whole speed and power. Ooh, how generous. I guess we do want the Spear Burst. Eh. Not a fan of that turn, but what else could we really do? Take on. People said I could be done, and with people you mean yourself. Nice 10 streak though.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
芝からダートに入ります。先行争いは3番2番桜爆心号。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら3番先頭に立ちました。差がなく2番2番3番2人の競り合いは続いている。春うららペースが速い。
冷静さを取り戻せるといいのですが、
2番会長に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのは2番。このままリードすることができるか。続きました3番1番3番手14番4番手、少し後ろから7番、その後ろ桜爆心号、その後から13番1馬審査春うらら、そしてその後方には9番、さらに15番大けやきを越え4コーナーへ。勝負は
Rod, you'll never guess what happened last run.
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。春うららまだ抑えたままだ。まだ転生し合っているのか。
We didn't have stats, but we still hit S turf.
集中していると紛れがありそうですね。
And then my desperate attempts at salvaging some kind of usable stat line caused 2 failures. So we ended up with power that was worse than the B turf run. I was very upset.
次のレースが今から楽しみです。ヒヤシンスステークスを制し、
やったー。
You would have done the same. Yeah. I mean, if I hadn't gambled on those two, and to be fair, the first gamble was a three stack speed with at 9%, so it was a low failure gamble. But if I hadn't gone for it, we just would have not had the stat line, period. So, but the power stack at the end was me gambling an actual coin flip, which I was fully prepared to have explode in my face, and it did. Will the game be kind this time? No, I don't see any pink sparks. I see a shocking amount of skill hints, though. Crap stats, but that's an actual impressive amount of skill hints. Usable ones, too. Corner Adept, Ramp Up, Give Mummy a Hug. All completely worthless if we don't get Turf A on the senior inspiration, but I guess it's there. Good hints, but alas. Yeah, you'd rather take the gamble and have it explode. Yeah, I mean, technically speaking at that point, the gamble wouldn't have saved it on the power one anyway. Because for the power gamble to actually have worked, the speed gamble would have had to have worked like the 15 turns back when it failed. So I wasn't too upset about the power one, just because it was already Jover at that point. And Gabe, you realize I don't want to use all my Spirit Bursts on Guts, right? Yes? We didn't get Nimble Navigator, did we? get some Mummy and Corner Adept again.
ライスちゃん。
ここは負けられない1番人気15番ハルウラ。
出走だ。
さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘
At this point, to be a single failure in a Unity Ace run,
好レースが期待できそうです。
you know, it's probably over. Yeah.
8番待機シャトル、4番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、10番落ち着かない様子。8番会長に飛ばしていきます。
I think I'm not quite there yet for this, simply because the aptitude makes such a difference in stat swing. So, like, I could probably get a stat failure and be fine if the rest of the run does something to compensate.
5番少し離れて、10番そのうち並んで、1番その後2番後方2番手に、7番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
We've just been mega low rolling whenever we get the aptitude, so yeah.
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのは11番ハルウララ。並びかけてきた。栄光まで400。ハルウララ完全に抜け出した。行きました。ハルウララハルウララ、まくって上がってくる。残り200。ハルウララ足色は衰えない。ハルウララリードは4馬身。強い。先頭は依然ハルウララ。ハルウララ強い走りだ。このレースの主役は間違いなくこの子でした。はっ
わわわ、やったー。
So I can't think of a single other career where the
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
the game is so mean to its participant for fans that
トレーナーのおかげ。
I have to consider taking skills for a goddamn OP race.
お参りの時ね。
Your first ace runs were so lucky that you just decided to stop after that. Fair enough. I guess that's sort of like how my augury turned out for the long CM.
ここは負けられない1番人気13番ハルウララ。
She was just barely lucky enough that I didn't want to redo her, even though she didn't hit max speed.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
She basically hit all the skills she wanted and whatnot, so...
芝からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララスマートファルコン。
It was one of those things where I could have high rolled speed and power harder, but hitting that and getting the skills would have been... Yeah. You got S-Surf on 2 runners and Fast Runner on one of them as well, damn.
内を回って西のフラワーハルウララこの位置につけています。外8番内を回ります。4番少し後ろから11番そして内目をつきましては5番後方2番手に12番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。
リフだわ。それだ。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたハルウララ。まだ抑えたままだ。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは1番。
For this right now, all I've got is like a passable augury and then a Haru's who's stuck with B turf and a Tamu's stuck with B sprint.
先段を目指して加速するハルウララ。まくって上がってくる200を通過。ハルウララ強烈な追い上げ。ハルウララ。
But I think the Tama's in better shape if I need to use the B aptitude setups. Just because this is such a short course that you can kind of get away with having less than max speed.
2着にはスマートファルコン
You love seeing Haru having a usable ult. Yes. And kind of a usable kit in general, too, because her base kit is just like all recovery, which... What is a sprinter miler supposed to do with that? And the gold recoveries are all like some of the shittiest recoveries in the game, so it's just like, but why? Cygames, why are you so abusive?
見ててねトレーナー いくよ
Hey, was this alright? Yeah, because this is the second
実
unit.
力は引けを取りませ
I
ん
don't know why I'm
2番
losing
人
my
気は
place when it's like,
8
we
番
just did the
ハルウラ
unicorn stakes.
一番人気こそ
いよいよ
It's unlikely you hit max speed unless you hit all the excels. Yeah.
綺麗なスタートを切りま
Which
した
is why
先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう
先行争いは
I'm basically willing to accept like her hitting around 1100 speed as long as she can get her power up to 1200-ish. Or even if I can have that 1100 speed while also having like just over 1100 power too, that might be manageable.
外には春うらら2馬身差11番さらには7番後方2番手に3番そして最後方12番第2コーナーを抜け向こう正面に入った先頭6番レースはよどみなく進んでいます続きました9番10番並びかけてきた内進行ウィンディ5番手には
But so far, anything I get with an aptitude increase or with multiple aptitude increases can't compete with the 1080 power B turf power, which is just like extremely frustrating.
これは大胆な作戦
切り札はこれだ
栄光まで400間もなく第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます
春うらら並びかけてきた残り200春うららすごい足で上がってきた春
So when I'm bringing in a borrowed max limit break Vodka, this should not be a problem to hit 1200 speed or power.
の強さを見せた見事な勝利です
Yeah, I'm late surging.
勝ったのは春うらら
The initial Haru I made was an end closer, but
2着9番3着は
she ended up with like 1050 speed and power, which is And trying to recreate another end closer Haru means less turf sparks, and I'm just not willing to deal with that inspiration rate again. Wow, we almost lost.
大金星 今のうららは
You would prefer the end closer but having less turf sparks hurts.
だから
Yeah. I mean, if my handgun's screwed on the stats for that end closer Haru, I would probably have just rolled with it. But like 1050 for each is just not, it's not usable.
じゃあやりましょうか
That's putting aside that I want Haru to excel, just because, like, she's pointedly locked out of participating in 90% of the game as is. This is one of the very few opportunities I get to let her do something.
なんだろうすっごく眠くて海行くの
we doing on fans?
すっごく調子いいんだから。
Of course we're on sea turf. Nice power. Yeah, power's not good either. There's a 20% penalty pushes us down to 400.
たくさん味違う。
And we're using corner adapt instead of a second acceleration skill, which is also less than ideal. So I don't think we can be like particularly brazen with this. So we could technically... We could do this OP race and then attempt the Sprinter Stakes, but... That's probably gonna be very ugly. Particularly since I'm not even confident we can take on the Centaur Stakes. I think the Sprinter Stakes is like better gamble to be making, I guess. Because their stats aren't in a very good spot.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
We're gonna be at a disadvantage going into senior year again. So I guess we need to gamble on getting the big fan payout so that we have more training turns.
11番、7番並んでくる。さらに3番、差がなくハルウララ2馬身3馬身開いて10番、そして内目をつきましては8番内を回ります。5番その外並んで9番、それを見るように
You want to attempt to build one for the dirt CM, but for that to happen, you need parent run seal something good first.
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが。
第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート。
Oh, yeah, like an end closer? Yeah. That's probably, the dirt CM is probably going to be where I seriously attempt to do end closer Haru again. Because for once, she won't have to be fighting through all the aptitude garbage. Is there anything we can put up here if we're going to? So I could basically front some additional SP by taking non-discounted fighter. I think we have to do that to have any like real chance of winning the Sprinter Stakes.
注目の1番人気12番。
Yeah, of course we're gonna late start. Well, this is probably over.
注目しましょう。
先行争いは14番マルゼンスキー、11番現在最高峰は1番人気
You just like end closer better as a concept?
これはきっと作戦でしょう。彼女には爆発的な末足があります。
先頭をかけますマルゼンスキー続いて
You won't have New Year's Haru till you're sandbagging quite a
2
bit.
人とも花は譲りません
2人がレースを作る
Yeah, I mean,
マルゼンスキー先頭に立ちました
that's basically how it goes for me with any time I try to get Haru into something else.
力来るか
So I feel your pain.
切り札はこれだ
先頭は見合ったままこれは直線勝負になるか各馬娘一打となって団子状態の大混戦さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入った並びかけて
Yeah, I think I like End Closer better than Late Surge. It's just, it's never been practical to really build Haru to that. And now I have Tama for the turf stuff to do that with, but... Yeah. We probably actually could have won that if we didn't get screwed by the late start. Because if we had gotten into position for Give Mummy a hug. But, nope. Cygames hates Haru.
なんだろう今年の年賀状トレーナーにたくさんありがとうって書くねここからはみ出すかも
End Closer and Late Surge kind of feel interchangeable to you, just kind of whichever you have access to their skills with. Yeah, I mean, I feel like End Closer tends to have more reliable acceleration because of straightaway spurt. Because, like, late is basically absolutely gambling on hitting Pump Iron and or Dobers, sometimes both. And if they don't, they probably get overrun by any end closers, especially if it's a Taishin end closer.
張り切っていこうなんかヘロヘロかも力が
注目の一番人気14番ハルーラ
出走だ
ここ多いスタート各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう
Your experience might get stuck more than in. There is that
オグリ
too.
キャップ期待通りの結果を出せるか一番人気ハルウララ花を奪っていったのはマルゼンスキー続きまして
It is easier for late to get jammed up in the crowd.
8番並んできた1馬身離れて16番1番追走それを見るように西のフラワーそのうち並んで12番後ろオグリキャップそのうち並んで待機シャトル1馬身離れて4番少し後ろからハルウララ第4コーナーカーブ
切り札はこれだ
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか地方レース場トップクラスの長さを誇る大井の直線に差し掛かります最終コーナーを曲がってエンジンを切ったのはマルゼンスキー外から上がってきたのはハルウララ200を通過ハルウララ抜け出したハルウララ足色は衰えないこれは強い2番手争いはマル
So yeah, I think the main thing that I would say makes me gravitate towards end closer is that straightaway spurt is more reliable as an acceleration.
JBC スプリント
And then end closer has the better speed multiplier for the final spurt too. And I guess if your name is Taishin, you just win forever because you have encroaching shadow.
なんだろう
Damn. Well, we can't take that because it's a 93 failure.
力が出ないよ今年の
Man. Of course, the Champions Cup is where we get our, like, singular decent training turn.
約束したの
There's no way we hit the fans if we skip this, though. I don't know if this run's going anywhere, even if Senior Year does give us a turf. This is a really bad situation.
さあゲートが開いた各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそう
You
です
think the
ね
game gave you like several Taishins when you were pulling for Cafe and you never got around to actually running her career?
一番人気春うらら1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向か
Well, if you come back to the game, you should build Taishin.
続いて桜爆心王早くも激しい競り合いその後34馬身開いて
She kinda just wins.
大気シャトル並んできたさらには13番少し後ろから8番
Free pull do avail. Congrats.
先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身現在1番
I'm not sure how much I'm gonna put into that new engage banner. I haven't even looked at the skills.
8番13番並んできた少し離れて11番それを見るように12番ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント春うららこの位置につけていますさらに14番
I haven't really felt like putting too much effort into heroes right now.
1番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
勝負どころ最後の
切り札はこれだ
The really dumb shenanigans going in this on in the pseudo PvP modes is just exhausting.
ここで抜け出したまだ差があるここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか栄光まで400最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはマルゼンスキーここで行きました春うらら200を通過春うららぐんぐんと上がっていく春うらら完全に抜け出した春うらら足色は衰えないお見事春うらら
Hortensia looks pretty good, armor, magic save, and whoever she heals gets physical save. Oh, it's interesting for sure. Probably not worth pulling, but looks fun. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna pull the pity on any of that. I'll probably do the usual that I do with new banners, where I just pull first 5 pulls using the free pull for the discount, and then whatever shows up is whatever shows up, and if not, I guess too bad. That's been my general policy, so that I don't end up spending too many orbs. Even though I've technically got a decent stash, I could, it's just, eh. At the rate of power creep, it's very demotivating to actually chase units a lot of the time. So I just end up ignoring half the banners. I guess if there was anything to be stubborn about, it would probably be the legendary Elise, but at this point I simply don't care about Arena anymore. You're on pure saving mode after finishing your Fallen Aware. We'll probably pull on the inevitable Shadows banner. Makes sense. I guess I need to make sure I have a stash for next year. I guess they wouldn't be hard to save for. Gotta pull on that Brave Tsubasa.
6番ハルーラ
That's why I should vote. Oh, legendary release for AHR. Yeah, I should probably do that. AHR is another thing that I just like continually forget to vote on.
さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン このままリードすることができる
Because I really don't like the daily voting stuff. It's annoying.
2馬身3馬身開いて春うらら少し離れて2番1馬身差7番すぐに続いて
Feels more and more pointless to pull on banners when everything will be obsolete in a month anyway. Yeah, pretty much.
並んで3番12番並んできた後方2番手に5番その外並んで9番意気揚々と先頭を行きますスマートファルコン
The emblems are a thing where I feel the urge to pull on just because since their stuff can be transplanted to any new unit I get later.
大欅を越え4コーナーへさあいよいよ直線だ
切り札はそれだ。
春うらら前を狙っているぞさあ外から先頭を伺うのは進行ウィンディさあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか進行ウィンディ2番手につけ様子を見守る最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのはスマートファルコン残り400並びかけてきたのは春うらら春うらら完全に抜け出した春うらら見事なごぼう抜きを見せる春うららここから一気にちぎるか200を通過春うらら足色は衰えない春うらら
You're over there in field land that just launched, and because the creators are cool people, they just give a 6-star selector to help with early team building.
1着でゴールしたのは春うららチームを奮い立たせる見事な走りで第4レースの勝利
Yeah, I mean, that is a
をしました
fairly common thing.
2着は
Uma did that
進行ウィン
too.
ディ3着はスマートファルコン
You see Encroaching Shadows just like perfect on any track where the timing hits right. Yeah, and sometimes even when it doesn't. Because it's a crap load of acceleration. So even if it's not perfect timing, it's still really scary to go up against a Tactician. Just full stop. Oh boy. These stats are, not yet. And I had to get our fan count to not suck, I had to give up a three rainbow speed. I'm so sad, because that would have made our stats at least, like, minimally passable for this point in the run.
今年の年賀状トレーナーにたくさんありがとうって書くね。はがきからはみ出すかも。
If there was ever a skill you could feel confident investing starting skill hints into, it's that one. That's true.
工場だよ。
Yeah, Tactician just stays winning, full stop. Well, what is it, Asuna?
見ててねトレーナー。バビューンと一着取ってきちゃうから。
What? You don't normally come over and meow at me. What is it?
始まる前からうららな感じ。
Apparently my cat is being needy. Not sure why. It's... She normally does her own thing when I stream.
人参たくさん食べたからすっごく調子いい。
I don't know if you heard any of that, but
一着になっ
she's
ちゃうぞ。
meowed a few times. This mic's noise gate is a lot better than the one I had. You'll hear my response, okay. Yeah, this mic has a pretty strong noise gate, so I wouldn't have expected it, because she's not meowing super loud either.
始まる前からうららな感じ。
Back when I was still using a Logitech webcam, it would pick her up. Just like every single meow.
人参たくさん ごく調子いいんだ。よーし、1着になっちゃうぞ。
ここは負けられない一番人気
She needs to speak up.
春うらら
Yeah, she can be fairly vocal.
スタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭
But
に
she was being very
注目しましょう
quiet this
先行
this
争いは
time.
マルゼンスキー、オグリーキャップ、4番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、マルゼンスキー会長に飛ばして行きます。マルゼンスキー先頭
But
に
also,
立ちま
she's
した。
not really a loud cat in
桜爆心王
general.
マルゼンスキー
So even
桜
when
爆心
she
王
is being vocal, it's more quantity over
二人が
quality
レ
in
ースを作り
terms
そう
of
です
like
ね。
volume.
現在1番手は桜爆心王。ここで先頭が入れ替わったマルゼンスキー続いている。早くも激しい競り合い。3番手に14番大けやきを越え4コーナーへ。先頭は見合ったまま。
切り札はこれだ。
It's part of why I'm pretty sure she has Siamese blood in her.
不気味に息を潜める。さあ外から先頭を疑うのは桜爆
She's
心王。
she's got the
まだ
facial
差があるぞ。
the facial shape and she likes to yap at me a lot if she thinks she can get my attention.
ここで上がってくる。並んでくる。ハルウララ、ハルウララ。見事なごぼう抜きを見せる。ハルウララ。すごい足だ。200を通過。先頭。ハルウララ。しかしその差はわずか。ハルウララ。リードは1馬身。ハルウララ。1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを制したハルウララ。見事に完勝。根岸ステークスを制しました。
あわわわ、やったー。
That was awfully close. Kind of barely passed Tactician there. Yeah, that does not give me confidence for the February stakes.
今年の私は
Also,
シャッターなんか
his stats are in really rough shape.
注目の一番人気5番春
出走だ。
ファンファール今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタ
Like
ートを切
basically
りま
what
した
we're aiming
一
for
番が
here
熾烈になりそう
is
ですね。
800 power and speed by summer. And then we want as close to 1,000 of both by the time we get to your finale.
さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはマルゼンスキー、3番手には西のフラワー、4番手にはシアマゾン、12番続いている。
Ideally, we're approaching, or like, we're at 1100-ish, but that requires actually high
リコー
rolling.
ペガサス、春うらら、この位置につけています。1馬身差エルコンドルパサー、そしてその外を回って
So if it really suits her, yes.
2番少し離れて1番後方2番手に7番大けやきを越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはシアマゾン、春うらら。
Cutesy kimono for a cutesy Genki girl.
最初に駆け抜けてきたのはスマートファルコン。残り400。外から春うらら。驚異的な末足。春うらら。並んできた。春うらら。ぐんぐんと上がっていく春うらら。
What are her growths? I think it's 20% power, 10% guts, which is flipped from her base version, which is 10 power, 20 guts.
見事な走りで勝利を手中に収めました。春うらら2大ダート戦を制覇。
That's a big part of why I can be confident that Vodka's stat stick should push her to 1200 power.
3着は岸アマゾン。
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
Because massive power stat stick vodka plus 20%. Plus having Hishi in the wings, too. Weak, why not 30% guts? I think there's only one Uma in the game thus far, and it's pretty rare to have 30% in anything. I think it's Manhattan Cafe is 30% stamina. I don't think there's anyone else that does 30% in that stat.
たくさんありがとうって書くね。僕がライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん遊んだんだ。
I guess we're wet. Like, what else are we doing here? We could technically pick stamina for Unity, but like,
トレーナーのお顔で福笑い作ったんだ。後で
our stats are in such a bad spot. I don't think we can actively chase Unity, and we shouldn't. So we need to actually be prepared to take rainbow turns.
今年の年賀状
Which... pretty weak. Sad.
よしいっちゃ始めっか。
Bakushin should have 30% speed. Girl has one shtick and only... and that's that. I mean, it does come across that way, doesn't it? But... Alright, come on, Turf. Nope. More ramp-up hints, though, I guess. What? Groundwork, because, you know, that's useful to a late surger. Well, unfortunately, this is
力が出ないよ。
a bust. Closer to what I was expecting. Because, like, I did not get 2 sparks
なんだろう。
in Turf, 2 or more, for the entire interim between last Thursday and the first run of the night here.
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
Well, I mean, we'll close this out for event points and fans, of course, but
なんだろう。
this run definitely be dead. 'The real Bakushin was a speed monster but had no stamina and no strategy whatsoever.
書くね。僕からはみ出すかも。
It was full throttle from the start and then died around 1300 meters. So basically, what, the Suzuka strat, but not as good as Suzuka's?
さあ達也の時間をあげるわ。
そうだ。トレーナーのお顔で福笑い作ったんだ。後で遊ぼうね。 やるわよ。合体ママ。
She ran at a time when short was less than 2,000 or something like that?
私の年賀状
Huh. So is that why Mile is the thing? They introduced it to put in a distinction.
なんかヘロ
So that they could have another category for, you
な
know,
んだろう。すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。はあ
for runners that aren't,
今のうららはスーパー
I guess, quite sprinting the entire time, but also aren't trying to stay the entire time.
ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん。
Vishino Flower when?
始まる前からうららな感じ。
Isn't she like a
で
year
お祝いしようね。
into the Japanese release? Prediction says 67 days.
4番人気
The 2 months.
1番
Which would be, what, April-ish?
青春
So yeah, that's like a year out and fits with the scaling.
揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭
The
に抜け
timeline
出すか注
scaling.
目しましょう。
さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は進行ウィンディー。外を回り
They
ます
realize there need to be more categories because of force diversity and
ス
strengths.
マートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは進行ウィンディー。その後ろから4番手11番
Silent Suzuka would lose the Bakushin in the sprint.
先頭は
Yes.
スマートファルコン先頭スマートファルコンレースはよどみなく進んでいます。続きました進行ウィンディー1馬身離れて11番その後4番ここまでが先頭集団。
Actually, I guess that's technically true in Uma too, because Suzuka is generally considered not viable because she can't get far enough ahead before the race is over.
少し離れて10番少し後ろから8番その後ろから6番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
切り札はこれだ。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差が。
But then again, Bakushin is recommended as a pacer for this CM too, because she can't compete with Smart
外
Vulcan.
から上がってきたのはハルウララ。突っ込んでくるハルウララ。2番手争いはハルウララスマートファルコン残り200並んでくるハルウララ。ここまでか進行ウィンディー。
Bit into Mant after the first inning. I'm like simultaneously interested in dreading Mant. Just because the continuous racing is going to make things take so much longer.
大金星。
You kind of got the impression that Bakushin is just a better pacer than frontrunner in general. Yeah, it feels like her unique goes off way more consistently as a pace chaser. Bakushin pace chaser is their best style, but frontrunners are in real life canon. Makes sense.
やる気満
How goes this run? It's dead. We didn't get any turf sparks. Also, the stats kind of sucked anyway.
張り切っていこ
Although, of course, the senior summer is throwing like good turns at us now that it's just otherwise completely Jover.
う。じゃあやりましょうか。始まる前からうららー
Yep, the Haru bullying
注目の
continues.
1番人気
It's a
12番
specialty of Cygames. I mean,
出
when we did the Arima runs, it took close to 200 attempts before Cygames stopped bullying her.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
マルゼンスキーと6番この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かって行きます。マルゼンスキー快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭はマルゼンスキー単身で飛ばして行
Looked
き
at
ます。
Starbucks for Germany, and the venue's better than
そして
what
その
the
後ろから行くのは
US's.
7番1馬身差桜爆信号すぐに続いて9番5馬身離れてハルウララその後からエルコンドルパッサーそれを見るよう
I
に
know the-
8番
the Starbucks
4番
menu,
並んできたその内並んで
like the Canadian one
第一
looks
コーナーを
kinda
抜け向こう上面に入った先頭は変わらずマルゼンスキ
Well, like, I'm not a
続きました
coffee
6番
connoisseur
1馬
or
身離れ
anything
て
either.
7番9番並んでくるそれを見るように桜爆信号ここまでが先頭集団
When I get stuff from Starbucks, I get like their fruit drinks because I don't like
先頭
coffee.
マルゼンスキーレースはよどみなく進んでいます続いて6番差がなく
And the only reason I get it from them is because somehow I ended up with a bunch of Starbucks gift cards that are basically otherwise just wasting cash if I don't
外
spend
から
them.
来るか最後の局面です。
400を切りましたこの直線で勝負が決まるぞじりじり詰めるハルウララ
But at those prices, I would never spend normal money on
で
them.
きるのか200を通過
It's like $9 Canadian for
ハルウララ足色を
that.
先頭は
It's like a 400 milliliter drink.
強い走りだこのレースの主役は間違いなくこの子でしたエルムステークスを制しましたハルウララ見事な
は
So it's just like, yeah, no, I think I'm okay. Once these gift cards are gone, I won't be getting more Starbucks. You usually get lemonade at Dutch Brothers in the region they exist in because you do not like coffee. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the coffee taste. Even, well, I mean, I guess it depends. If it's a really light accent in stuff like cakes and whatnot, then I'm okay. But if there's a heavy coffee flavor, I end up not liking even like confectionery stuff that's got a coffee accent. I actually remember trying coffee too, distinctly, when I was in elementary school. It was just like a random school event. And I'd never had coffee before. So I went, you know what, sure, I'll try it. Why not? Be adventurous. And I disliked the taste enough that I put like 6 sugar cubes in it. So it was really just liquid sugar. You can't do without coffee, you could, but you don't want to. Yeah, I'm one of those people where if I need caffeine, I do, like, Pepsi or Coke or whatever. Or if I'm really desperate for energy, then I'll crack the emergency glass on, like, energy drinks or whatever, but I tend to try to stay away from that kind of stuff. Particularly since I'm, like, really sensitive to energy drinks. If I drink one of those, I'm up for the next, like, 20 hours. You did the same sugar coffee, same time frame in elementary school, and it turned you off. Nice. I kind of figured I couldn't be the only one with that kind of experience. You started with black tea, relatively young, milk and water sugar. Yeah, I'm not a black tea person. I basically, the only tea I've really had, I kind of got into it a bit more because of a friend, like, more variety. But the only kind I really drank when I was younger was, like, green tea. That's because, like, my family is Chinese, so it was just a thing that was out at restaurants when we went to Chinese restaurants and whatever. So I tried it, got used to it. Wasn't my favorite, but I'd have it. And of course, probably surprising no one, once I got into different teas, like the ones that I'd actually steep myself, it's all fruit teas. Citrus tea is banger, that's true. I mean, that's a reason part of the reason I usually do fruit teas. And also, I can batch make them and put that tea in the fridge and have iced tea afterwards, too.
なん
I
だ
guess
ろう
Yeah, we'll rest here. A single rainbow's not worth gambling on. I see.
たくさん遊んだんだでもね
Do you not like Ice Seeker? No, not freezer, I said fridge. Although, that friend that taught me, or that got me more into doing teas other than green tea, he taught me a trick for iced tea is, if you want it instantly, as iced tea, you take a pitcher, you fill it half full with water or ice, and then you just pour the fresh fruit tea in after, and it's instant iced tea. Oh, you do like it? You drank it a lot as a kid. You guess it served your caffeine addiction as well. Wait, iced tea? Does iced tea have caffeine in it over there? Because I think even for Canada, even the, like, the quote-unquote iced teas that are basically just, like, glorified Kool-Aid is simply a lot of sugar and not caffeine. Oh, lemon iced tea is made with black tea there as a base over there. Okay, that explains it. Iced tea has caffeine in the US. Okay. Interesting. Did not know that.
シャッターなんすかこの調子ならいけるかもレースまだ
注目の一番人気6番ハルウラ
実力は
出走だ
ここさあゲートが開いた各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう
先行争いは桜爆心王オグリキャップ14番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うららさあ
Pretty sure you don't need that with
桜爆心王
what we have available nowadays, but maybe it's just tradition.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは14番さらに外スマートファルコン2馬身3馬身開いてエルフォンドルパサーすぐに続いて
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Just whatever you're used to, right?
並びかけてきたその後ろに春うらら少し後ろから待機シャトル第4コーナーカーブ
'Cause I'm actually not sure what people would traditionally do up here. I never really gave it much thought. Because I just make my fruit teas and turn it into iced tea, and it's like, I don't know how common that actually is. Your caffeine fixes are usually sodas, barks, and colas, occasionally a Mountain Dew voltage if you're ballsy for the night. Makes sense. Yeah, when I used to do the Lunatic Plus Resetless runs overnight,
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね勝利の
I would usually buy like a 6-pack of... well, I mean, I'd have 6 packs of Pepsis, and then I'd just have one from the 6-pack every time I did a run. Although I guess, funnily enough, I would usually delay too, just to make sure that I had a real run going before I took the caffeine, which probably made it a lot harder to sleep in the end. Yeah.
今のうららは
But on the other hand, I definitely needed it just because doing that after doing
ナイ
a
スちゃんと羽根
a full day at the tech office was potentially putting me in a very bad place energy-wise, so...
始まる前からうららーな感じ
Right time, or one time before gaming night, he did a do Doritos combo and you joked it'd be extra toxic. Or yeah, you joked you'd be extra toxic. Ironically enough, you were toxic
たくさん食べたから
when you didn't get the gamer combo that gamer night season.
なってるぞ
I see.
9番人気15番春。
みんな強いね次は負けないぞ
Hello, Ross. Lost returns. Is Tail 9 a good skill on Tamamo Cross? I think it's fine. It depends on how many actual skills you have.
見ててねトレーナーバビューンと一着取ってきちゃうから
Because you need a lot of stuff to be going off late in the race for it to actually trigger. Or I guess in mid-race, technically
始ま
speaking.
る前からうららーな感じ勝ったら人参プリンでお祝いしようね
So I think it makes it a little bit sketchy on timing at times.
人参たくさん食べたから
I ran it on my
よーし一着
my Tamamo for the last long CM. And it was probably about 50-50 whether it actually procced. And then probably another 50-50 for whether it was actually helpful when it did proc.
見ててねトレいくよ
実力は引けを取りません。2番
ここまでに今スタート
But I also didn't have the most wit on her too, because I couldn't really afford
みんな
to.
集中してましたね好レースが期待できそうで
Compared
す
to like Oguri, where I was super hammering it because Oguri's survival completely hinged on it, thanks to Festive Miracle. But that definitely ended up costing Oguri a lot of raw power to get her with that high that I wasn't really willing to sacrifice on Tama.
続いてスマートファルコン3番手には8番市場審査春うらら差がなく10番
Getting enough mid-race skills in the first place is not that easy, yeah.
7番差がなく1番
It'll probably be easier in Mant. But currently it can be kind of sketch, so yeah. If you find yourself spamming a lot of like 3+ hint tier 1 skills,
ちょっと紛れがありそうですね
then Tail 9 is probably going to be reliable enough that you could make it work. Thank you, Takeru Rooster. Thanks for the hydrate.
リードは4馬身春うらら足色は衰えない2番手争いは8番アグネスデジタル後ろを突き放して春うららゴール板を駆け抜けたこれは
うわわわやったー
Long race loss, which, surprise, surprise, when we're not working on stamina, the long team loses.
ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん遊んだんだでもねまだまだ元気いっぱいだよ
You assume so, but Tamamo doesn't have mile altitude there, so she's already at a disadvantage.
どれにしよう
Oh, because of the heavy race grinding? I mean, she could technically take sparks for it. Because she has, is it F mile or E
そう
mile?
だトレーナーのお顔で福笑い作ったんだ後で遊ぼうね
Let me check. I'm pretty sure she has an existent, like, starting mile stat. She starts with E. Okay, so yeah, you could push it to A, so that she can get those extra races in. It'd probably make it a lot or more annoying for trying to build her for mediums or longs for CMs, but she could technically do that. Are we? I mean, I guess this kind of doesn't really matter because it's not like we've got the turf A here, and also these stats are pretty bad anyway. There's no amount of things those last 3 era turns could have done to salvage those stats.
注目の1番人気3番
It's possible, sure, but every mile spike you take could be mid-long. That's the relevant CM right now, it's true.
先行争いはアイネス封じ、サイレンス鈴鹿、西のフラワー、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気、ハルウララ、アイネス封じ、快調に飛ばして行きます。第1コーナー回って。
Yeah, I'll probably be trying to scoot Tama into wherever I can. I mean, I did build a sprint Tama. After all.
6番、さらに外から12番、レーシングフラッシュ、内から行く。向こう上面に
I'm not sure how well it's gonna work out for her, but I do have sprint Tama.
サイレンス鈴鹿、ここで先頭が入れ替わる。
Although I still need to actually get one that hits A sprint.
2馬身、3馬身開いて。
But that's not until after Haru gets her A turf.
その後ろからハルウララ、その外並んでタマモクロス。少し後ろから11番、それを見るようにキングヘイロー。さらに1番、その外並んで7番、少し後ろから12番、内から行く9番、後方2番手に16番、まもなく第4
Yeah, I figure Mount can't be much or that much worse, or I guess that bad for Tama compared to trying to build Ace Harus there, where I look at him just like, she can't participate in any races. 200を通過、ハルウララ、並びかけてきたハルウララ、抜け出したハルウララ、足色は衰え、勝ったのはハルウララ。最後意地を見せて栄冠を手にしました。ハルウララ、 URA ファイナルズ予選を制。
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。
But I'll be damned if that lets me stop, or if it stops me from building more Ace Harus.
お参りの時ね、神様に約束したの。よし、いっちゃマジか。見ててね、トレーナー。バビューンと1着取ってきちゃう。
You've not completely analyzed man for your current impression is... Oh. I was like, am I not scrolled down enough? But I guess you're typing something else. Pure dirt runners are even more dead than before. Rip.
日本のブルボン絶版、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、日本のブルボン快調に飛ばしていきます。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。
I'll try to find a way to salvage things for her.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
You don't think there are any other pure dirt runners besides Haru right now?
排気シャトル内から6番外を通りまして13番外で15番第2コーナーを抜け
Isn't... I mean, Falcon is basically that. She just has... Falcon just has the privilege of, was it F starting or E starting turf, so it's easier for people to recover her turf aptitude? Whereas Haru can only go up to C since she starts at G, so... Massive uphill battle for her. E turf. Yeah, see, Falcon gets all the privileges. So really, the only one who's just like pointedly and actively walked out most of the time is Haru, because Cygames hates her. Hey, Haru's cute in lore too. She's supposed to be everyone's friend, but yeah, it's like impossible to get her a significant amount of fans, because dirt races suck. It's just like... Haru's is probably one of the more immersion-breaking careers at the end of the day. Wow, we got max ramp-up hints. What the... That never happens. It's a shame that the run... Shame it's in a dead run to get the big ramp-up hints. Yeah, or it would be nice.
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは14番マヤのトップ団アグネスタキオン島原ダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビターグラッセ14番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは14番。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は7番外から行くビターグラッセ差がなく4番ビターグラッセ上がっていきます。まだ牽制し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
14番まだリードをキープしています。
ハッピービーク、yes。
1馬身離れてハッピービーク少し離れて11番差がなく7番さらには4番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
She hasn't been doing so well lately. Last run did have Mayano scam Kokon. Oh, apparently we didn't get curvature at any point either. Hilarious. Oh! No, looks like Meek won't be able to sustain it. Shame. Missed Kokon by that much. Two and a half lengths. She tried so hard, yes. I think you mangled a few letters there, Sim. It's kimono. Yeah. Maya's here, just off to the side.
こんな想いは初めてズキュンとキュン胸が鳴りキュンとキュン大好きだよ今日も奏でるハッピーハッピーダディ321乾杯ウピウピハニー321
How would I feel about a Pixie FE countering just flat out reducing the damage it does? I mean, it might work, but IS has technically tried that. Cause like, they have tried giving hand axes and javelins like really trash might or making them extremely heavy. I guess the extreme heaviness does sort of help with the Three Houses version. But then characters eventually just get fast enough that it stops mattering again. You're talking 50% less damage than normal? So like a flat reduction after all the other calculations are done? Fade's approach was pretty effective, you reckon? I mean... was it though? I mean, it made hand axes and javelins less desirable, but then we got daggers where it's like, ah yes, surely this low might on these bronze daggers will stop the player from juggernauting. Whoopsies. Three houses, you just use the bow for 2 range. True, yeah, I guess you just do close counter iron plus. Fate's balancing was slightly questionable around daggers and poor swords. I mean, poor swords unless your name is Xander or Ryoma, in which case you just had a hacked weapon because, you know, big brother privileges. Wow, yikes, speed didn't even hit 1,000. This was certainly a run. I guess we'll just grab whatever could turn into sparks. Sure, groundwork, why not? Straight sprint way, or sprint straightaways, sure, let's do it. Homestretch haste is at 4 hints, why not? Straightaway adapt, corner, I guess we don't have enough for corner recovery. Yeah, probably won't have anyone really wanting the corner recovery that badly. If they're inheriting like a sprint spark off of Haru. Speaking of immersion breaking, here we go. Lone Wolf Haru. It's more a component of how powerful stats hacking is. Class itself doesn't really do that typically. I mean, that's... Stats hacking is the whole point, though. It just... The question is, which classes do it the best across any Fire Emblem, because that's just typically how Fire Emblem gets approached when it comes to, like, relatively optimal play. So I guess that could be technically another issue to be approached over the counterattacks, but I think the counterattacks is the big thing that incentivizes the stat stacking, because when you can have one or two dudes with a bajillion stats, and who can fight infinitely, then like, why wouldn't you stat stack? We did hit A+. Yeah, nothing too interesting out of this. Like, there are way better sources for late surger sparks, so really I'd probably only consider saving it if this Haru was a dirt or big dirt or sprint spark.
お餅みたいにぷくーん
Especially
とできた
since,
よ
because Cygames hates her, having her as the parent has caused its compatibility issues. You think Fates gets close? The 1-range classes just need to be a bit more notably better than the wimpy 1-2 range classes, stat-wise. I don't know, would it, though? Because, like, daggers are still unmitigated 1-2 range.
後であげるね
So, like, how would that happen then? Like, how far would you have to nerf the base stats of Master Ninja before it stops being attractive to take it?
トトちゃんに教えてあげなきゃ
Because, like, if you consider that people have also run Maid or Butler,
今日の目標
builds that basically just mimic the Master Ninja but are worse because it's Maid and Butler stats.
頑張るぞ この置物でぐるぐるって回るとコマみたいに見えるんだよお目目も一緒
You're not saying nerf the dagger classes, they're already pretty bad, buff the 1-range classes. So what, make the 1-range classes borderline invincible
オペ
then?
ちゃんが考えた
'Cause
最
I-
強の着物ポーズバラのように可憐に決め
Like, I struggle to think of what could convince players to walk away from unmitigated 1-2 range.
面白そうな
I guess-
だね早く見に行こう
I guess if the 1-range classes just had, like, innate power on the same level as emblems, maybe I could convince people, because there is a bit more player phasing going on when you can crowd control 13 dudes with one action.
勇気をもらえる馬娘なんだってえへん
Compat update can't come soon enough. Yeah, the problem with that, too, is then it buffs everyone. So now everyone else has also better compat, and Haru is just still kind of left hanging.
一着たくさん取ろうね
Where she's the only one who struggles to stack up enough for double circle, compared to everyone just trivially having it.
行くよオペちゃんが考えた最強
To say you take again that Fire Emblem is fundamentally flawed with how volatile everything stacking on top of each other is. I mean, yeah, that's why I always argue that infinite counterattacks is the root cause of the problem there.
コマみたいに見えるんだよ目目も一緒にぐるぐるするのポチ袋ってワクワクしちゃうね何が入ってるかなって人参チップスだと嬉しいな
Here's a silly fix, you can't counterattack. Or if you can't counterattack, you take significantly less damage since you're in the defensive stance passively.
ねえねえ雑誌の特集見た私
That might be something, yeah. If you get like a heavy DR percent reduction, it might make those classes more desirable.
だからワクワクするね
You disagree there? You still think, or you think the systems up till the counterattack happens is the root problem?
くるくるポンって綺麗に結んでくれるんだもん
I don't know about that, because if you can never counterattack, for instance, then suddenly action economy becomes a lot more important. Because you're not able to just have a stat stick stand in the middle of a bunch of dudes and counterattack every single one.
農家のおじちゃんがまた人参くれたんだ。後であげるね。
Never being able to counterattack takes out half the game. I mean, yeah, I'm not talking about actually implementing that, but just like consider as a hypothetical. Because if you look at a lot of other SRPGs that don't have infinite counterattacks, it makes the player phase matter more. It gets rough when sweepers are better at killing things in player phase. That's the thing though, sweepers are almost always better. Like, no matter how much IS has tried, they've never been able to fully dissuade enemy phase, like, full sweepers that can completely eclipse the need to have player phasing. The closest is Lunatic Plus, and even then. But at the end of the day, too, I would argue that balance isn't what the player base is looking for anyway, since people hated Lunatic Plus for the most part. Giving it some sort of break meter, so they take too many combats on a given enemy phase, then we get a debuff that lasts for several turns. Could be interesting, yeah. You could say more of the stat system, the growth rates, and the crit multiplier makes things volatile. I mean, in the end, the crit multiplier I don't think is really that much of a factor. Because if anyone seriously playing optimally is going to be looking for one rounding that doesn't involve needing to get crits. With, like, I guess the exception of doing Vantage Wrath shenanigans. But that's because the crits become reliable at that point. But, like, outside of that, like, I personally, for the most part, feel that crits end up being detrimental. I consider how many times that I've gotten crits that I don't want that open up another slot so I get attacked again. And that's why I love bronze weapons. To be fair, Lunatic Plus punished players for doing the things that Lunatic taught you were the right things to do. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that vanilla Lunatic was just like a somewhat harder to start up version of your typical get someone ahead of the curve to win type dealie. Which is not just something taught by vanilla Lunatic, but basically the entirety of Fire Emblem. Like, that's simply what almost every difficulty teaches you to do in every single Fire Emblem. But yeah, I guess that is the problem, that the game Awakening did not really do a great job of, not do a great job of teaching people for sure, which would have contributed to it. But I mean, it's a serious habit as a whole. Like, trying to teach people to move away from how everything from like 1 through 12 has taught them to play up until that point is difficult. I avoid 1% crits. Yeah, I mean, with the enemies attacking me. No, I will not stop there. Awakening otherwise did a fantastic job on almost everything. But I'm talking about player crits being detrimental too. Like, to themselves. Suffer from success. Because you don't want it to do that, so... It's not a mechanic that is typically very helpful to the player. At least when they're making calculated plays. Yeah, I do avoid crits coming from enemies. For sure. But like... That's because they can be negated. And in the end, they end up not mattering, for the most part. As long as I'm shutting them down. So it's probably a mechanic that they should remove, simply because it's, no matter how you look at it, it ends up being largely detrimental to the player unless they're pointedly running Vantage Wrath strats. Alright, before we start the next Haru run, I'm going to go refill my water. So, we're back. Alright, anime. On the topic of crits that do 50% more with twice the rate, I don't know. I mean, that could still make things a little too volatile for, like, the player. I guess if it becomes reliable, then... I mean, it's just the same as having 50% extra damage at that point, though. I don't know. I feel like I would prefer how heroes handled it with specials for, like, the first 3 years before they started giving everything a bajillion special, like, rate acceleration and whatever. New data.
Cygames, Umamusume,
Oh yeah, I guess there is supposed to be a banner release tomorrow, huh?
起きたら髪がバサーって門松みたいになってたの。ツンツンで面白かった。新春春うららだよ。
さあ、いよいよ始まりました青春杯。
力がバーンって溢れそう。今年の年賀状、トレーナーにたくさんありがとうって書くね。はがきからはみ出すかも。ワクワクするね。ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん遊んだんだ。でもね、まだまだ元気いっぱいだよ。よし、やるぞ。
Yeah, that's why I specified the first 3 years of heroes with specials. After that, it becomes a problem where it's just not
やるなら面白いね。
not what it used to be and in a bad way.
そうだ、トレーナーのお顔で報笑い作ったんだ。後で遊ぼうね。
Yeah, everyone makes a lot of not smart choices. But yeah, I don't think I'd say that makes it a parody.
ねえねえ、練習どれにしようってなったら、
I mean, M pointedly dismantled the army, which is very much not a smart thing to do. It's like extremely and overly idealistic. And she reaps the consequences of those actions.
よし、やるぞ。ねえねえ、ワクワクするね。今年の年賀状、
Morian's death is exhibit A for Engage as a bunch of theater kids putting on a play for you.
よし、やるぞ。
Yeah, and I guess the play was written by the theater kids too. And probably drawn up, like, within a couple of weeks, maybe. Because it still always will strike me as bizarro. Little actual attention engage itself against all the countries. It's just kind of rushing through.
トレーナーにたくさんありがとうって書くね。僕からはみ出すかも。
Who can blame M for being dumb given her father? Yeah, I guess a pretty extreme reaction to her father being not so smart himself.
よし、やるぞ。
But like someone, despite that, someone in their actual military should have said something.
多分いい感じ。
Some of M's advisors should have said something about it. It's like, no, this is a bad idea, and this is why it will cause problems for you and your country, and not give you the peace that you're looking for.
出走だ。
輝く太陽スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
花を奪っていったのは6番、2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは8番、外を回ります9番、さらに内から春うらら少し離れて5番、7番、外から行く4番、続いている3番、内から行く1番、並んできた意気揚々と先頭を行きます6番、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。さあいよいよ直線だ。
肉だわ。それだ。
まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。春うららまだ抑えたままだ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは9番、最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのは6番、春うらら内をつくすごい足だ。栄光まで400突っ込んでくる春うらら。
And push her peacefully by force.
並んでくる春うらら。春うららここで抜け出した。
I don't think that works that way.
9番春うららリードは1馬身。先頭は変わらぬ春うらら。1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを制した。メイクデビューを制しました春うらら。
わわわわ。やったー。
Yeah, Awakening is very much trying to be serious about everything it does. Well, I guess about most of the plot. There is some, of course, humor and whatnot, but it's otherwise like a serious plot that uses humor to break up the tension. Which isn't to say it doesn't have like unintentional
ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん。
funny moments where
ね、まだまだ元気いっぱ
the
い。
writers clearly failed to see what they were writing. Like, my favorite example is where Crom talks about how his father conscripted farmers and how it was a bad thing, and it's like, but the land's dry of, like,
お
both
参りの時ね。
actually be able to produce crops and the populace. And then he proceeds to go and tell Donald, it's like, hey, you can fight. It's just like farming. Join us. It's like, Crom, think this through.
ワクワクするね。なんだろう。すっごく眠くて。ふむふむ。
Crom was blinded by aptitude's potential. You make an intriguing point.
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
Oh, damn. If we weren't low enough energy to have this be a 25 failure percent, I would totally do the double spirit burst here. But like, we can get it to line up later for other things, and I'd rather continue building friendship. I was so into the idea of Donald's gross that he forgot to check his caps in class set. Womp womp. Maybe we chance this one. Nope. Rip. Cygames hates Haru. Now that we've rested, everyone's trying not to stick together. I mean, I guess we might as well take the wit turn here. Hida is definitely not doing her job. She's like completely avoiding everyone. Imagine what would happen if Sword and Robin decide to be gay for each other rather than I can come. What would the baby be like? Morgan would be hella raids and all sorts of swag, I guess so.
並んできたそれを見るように4番少し離れて11番9番並んできた少し離れて3番後方2番手に5番最後方2番
Also some very ruthless tactics, I guess.
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが。
先頭6番レースはよどみなく
Might be an argument over which of them got to use magic to use, figure out how to make the baby happen. まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。春うららまだ抑えたままだ。They could since we're already into world hopping, I guess they could hop over to Footland and ask Rhea. 飛んでくる残り400飛び込んできた6番抜け出したのは6番だが後続も追いすがる6番足色は衰えない最後は2人のつばぜり合いだ先頭6番しかしその差はわずか残り200まだ勝負は続く続いて12番食い下がるわずかに先頭6番3人がほぼ同時6番体勢有利か Three-way photo. Well 1着は6番 Imagine Corrin, or imagine face except Corrin is as savage a tactician as that Morgan would. Definitely hard to imagine that when it comes to Corrin at all. You encountered another shiny Murkrow. I mean, you're playing Scarlet Violet, right? I'm pretty sure the clumping is meant to encourage shiny spawns like that. It's like working on a similar principle to how Pokemon Go just spams massive amounts of whatever's supposed to be a shiny at people on a given community day. It's funny, because Go is basically how you get people to say, no, please, I don't want more shinies. Because by the end of a community day, a lot of people have like 15 copies. Now they have to sort through all of them, on top of like the 800 non-shinies they picked up. You've been thinking about that recently? What would be a more interesting Corrin? If she was driven and edgy, and a ruthless and efficient battlefield commander, or if she was a mature, normal adult with actual legitimate civilian government experience? I feel like the second would mesh better with the direction IS was trying to go. %1 shiny encounters. Ah, see, it's staggeringly high in normal games. But what if I told you that in a given raid in Pokemon Go, for a legendary, you could get a shiny rate of 5%? Because that is actually what they have, is the rate for any given legendary in a raid. In Pokemon Go. They kind of hand out shinies like candy. Alright, we're gonna do this because this is a double rainbow, and we'll do the dirt sprint on the next turn. The game is really trying to nah, I guess not really. If Vodka was here instead of Hishi, or maybe double stacked, it'd be like, man, the game really wants me to click power instead of race. You're kind of feeling that way too. You think making her stronger and edgier would be fun to write, but a well-rounded Corrin would be able to interact better with the things they want Face to be about. Yeah. Because I feel like if you're going for an edgier, more ruthless character, it makes more sense to slot in that character as a replacement to Corrin's Servant 1.
10番先頭に立ちました差がなく6番早くも激しい競り合いさらには13番内をついて11番8番続いているさらに内エルコンドルパサー1馬シーサー3番あとは春うららその後9番外には12番さらに外16番そのうち並んで5番そして外目を突き出しては14番まもなく第4
I wonder how different fates would be if Corrin wasn't in a Tower Hero life and Riz is an actual rogue like Aaron instead.
6番ここでまだ先頭は動かない果たして抜け出すのは誰だ春うらら内で様子を伺う
Yes, probably, yeah, smarter about doing all the... making the changes that she wants to see. Look at it this way. Imagine if you wanted to expand Fates' world building a little and you started getting into how the Norian court looked. She'd need a little, at least some degree of ferocity to do anything story-worthy in a place like that, and she is a dragon. I mean, I think it would probably... Because like, the way I imagined Fates the first time is that Korn would eventually win people over enough to do a revelation from within. And especially the way they had the Ice Tribe set up initially, it looked like the story was maybe heading that way. And then they did whatever the hell they did with Fates instead.
練習どれにしようってなったらおみくじで決めるのどうかな。きっと楽しいよ。
It's what they sold Conquest as, true. But yeah, I think because the court is basically as messed up as Garen, it probably turns into needing to do it by force. So, like, it would make more sense for Korn to end up as, like, the sort of plucky rebel leader, in a sense. Almost, it would also be like a throwback to how Leaf does it in Thracia. Alright, Turf Sparks! Not Turf Sparks, sad. Cygames continuing with the hating. Yeah, hate to see it. We have so many Spirit Bursts that we haven't really been able to use here. It's a shame the entire Vala plotline exists. Yeah, I mean, IS has a habit of doing that to themselves. Like, setting up a premise that could be actually legitimately interesting, and then completely undermining themselves because they're like too chicken to say, to like commit characters that are supposed to be likable to possibly being on the wrong side of things. Cause like it'd be interesting if the game addressed the Hoshiden and Norian like grievances with each other. And how like the diplomacy would pan out afterwards. But like, no, there's secretly a dragon mind controlling shit and pulling the strings because why would the plot be interesting? And then they do it again in Three Houses, where they're like, ah, yes, these countries have political motivations. There's a reason they're fighting each other. Also, everything is the fault of the mole people. And not only the mole people, but like comically evil mole people who really don't... Damn. I'm taking this and then ruining our summer by racing on the first day. Because I can't pass this up. This is a 3 Rainbow Spirit Burst speed. I feel the issue isn't Val existing, it's as Val existing as it was. I mean, sure, but like...
ダメだからすっごく調子いいんだ
I think the core problem is that
見ててね
it keeps coming down to they feel the need to have some mastermind that absolves everyone else of fault. Because, oh look, it's that mastermind. Obviously. So yeah, those characters you really like and want to sleep with in S rank, yeah, they're completely faultless, obviously. If it wasn't for the mastermind evil dragon dude.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
5番と進行ウィンディこの2人が競り合っているぞ。5番会長に飛ばして行きます。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。さあ花に立ったのは5番。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは進行ウィンディ1番3番手2馬身3馬身開いて2番3馬身
But what if the theoretical underground Dragon King doesn't absolve everyone of fault and doesn't hug the ultimate resolution in the conflict? Ah, that would be silly. Obviously. 最高峰だ。意気揚々と先頭へ行きます。5番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身。涼やかな風を肌に感じる札幌の地。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。現在1番手は5番、続いて進行ウィンディ、その後1番、そして春うらら2番追走。この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
Oh, turn the Valites into a Hoshiden spirit type thing? And then, okay, so they're like fighting each other using armies of constructed monsters. Yeah, that definitely sounds a lot more interesting right away.
他の馬娘たちをねじ伏せレースを制した最終第5レース。
Exactly, the evil dragon dude doesn't absolve everything, and you can still have deep-seated hatred to explore, plus some now as a third country is thrown in. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could try to make Thalo work as a third faction overall. I feel like it'd probably be easier to just cut them. What if Bananco's just becomes a giant glorified metaphor for the problem that the war guerrillas are facing in the present and the real finale is finding a way to apply whatever solution he used down there to the real world? Interesting, but I feel like you might lose people. In the same way that Vala undermines the main story. Because then Anankos is still, like, drawing a lot of attention away from... Okay, I should actually... grab some skills. Well, I guess skill singular? We really didn't get any other hints. Alright, sure, we're grabbing this. Because if we fail this race, the run ends, so... Granted, I guess we'd have to do super bad to miss the fans, but... If we do bad enough, the run's probably over anyway. Because this kinda needs to succeed. Otherwise, now we're just like really in a massive fan deficit that won't be recoverable. There's so much they could have done with Ryaz's and Fates. Ryaz's pulled it off a bit better, but still. Yeah. I mean, I've said it before, part of the problem is that 3 Houses only really has enough material for like 1.5 routes. So chopping all that up and dividing it across 4 is really ugly.
その後ろに10番後方2番手に5番3番最後方からという体勢であります。
And then all of it gets undermined anyway because evil underground mole people.
当たってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが、
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか。
I think the real conquest ending should have been Mozu leads the peasant uprising to depose King Xander and still more egalitarian governments as far as royalty was more concerned about honor and conquest than feeding its people. You know, you might be onto something. 8 set it up for one route. Just make Conquest the only route and do some heavy rewriting. Yeah, I could do that, for sure. Just paid 7 up for one route, because you're honestly not sure it even had that. I mean, I think if you compress it all together, granted, I guess you probably need to throw most of Vala out, so maybe it doesn't have enough for one at that point, but... I feel like there's probably at least like 80% of a route where you can make shit up to fill the gap anyway, easily enough. It's probably doable. But you know what I find funny is that somehow they ended up with the Fates routes that they did, despite the fact that they got, like, a famous Japanese writer to do, like, basically the equivalent of 3 novellas. It's like, what did they do with all that content when they were making the routes? Conquest needs to make 3 things work. Corn is not evil, invading another country is evil, and Corn goes through with the invasion. I mean, you could just ignore the invasion part. Because what you could do is you could have Corn pretending to prepare for the invasion, and using that time to go around finding, like, resistance and rebel factions to start a revolution with. And before the actual invasion begins, have Corn strike at the castle. Although I guess you'd probably have to rename it from Conquest to, like, Revolution or something like that at that point. Do those novellas still exist anywhere? Were they ever leaked publicly? I don't think so. To be fair, those novellas were not going to fit in a game no matter what. I mean, of course, but... like, how did they end up with something so absurdly bare bones when they had what was basically, like, 3 project bibles to work off of in terms of, like, locations and lore and all that? Like, surely they could have pieced together something better. The writer was mostly known for shonen manga, so you wouldn't really put that much weight on the original script. I mean, sure, maybe it wasn't a quality script, but the fact that they wrote like 3, like surely there was stuff to draw from where they could have actually converted it into something useful in the game. Because like there's so much of the game where it's just, it feels like they have nothing. 1. Soften up Corrin's goody-goodiness. 2. Give Nora some compelling reasons to invade. And 3. Don't have Corrin enthusiastically support the invasion.
でもねまだ
Technically, Birthright did give a compelling invasion, or reason,
今のう
although
ららはスーパーうららなんだよ
that would also... Following through on that reason would also mean that...
ねえね
Nora would have to end up being at a disadvantage. Because, like, Birthright gives the reason is that they have a lack of food. Which means that the Norian army should probably be more of a ragtag group of whatever. That Garen's conscripted. Because they're all gonna be basically malnourished. If Nora is really in that poor of a position food-wise. So yeah, you'd have to do a lot of rewriting there, but yeah, it would make it interesting, because now Nora is trying to conquer it because they need food, but also it means that suddenly, I don't know, the threat of Nora kind of just goes away there then, with them being at that much of a disadvantage. Which, then you could change it so Hoshido is, like, the villainous faction instead, but, yeah, I somehow don't think they would write a faction like that. At least not when it's, Not when, it's a European-style faction fighting to conquer a very clearly copy-paste Japanese faction. Hoshido's already the villainous faction, so it wouldn't be too heavy of a lift from your perspective. I mean, yes, but consider that the narrative doesn't look at it that way. Consider how much IS glossed over, like, any kind of atrocity Ryoma commits and whatnot. Like, it's very clearly a story that's not interested in calling Hoshido out, for the most part. So, convincing the company to shift the story that way would be very difficult. Hello, Klongo. Apparently in the original script, Hoshido struck first anyway? Oh, really? Where'd you find that? I'd be curious. You would expect Nora to have a classic case of the rich eat well but the poor starve. Sure, but most of Garen's army is probably going to be malnourished conscripts that he throws under the bus for his conquest, right? And yeah, sure, he's probably got some elite knights, which are probably what would back Corrin up. But Nara would probably otherwise be at a significant disadvantage, because most of their army otherwise would be a bunch of malnourished, barely trained conscripts that are being used as meat shields. Reason for the invasion is that Nora's leader secretly works for another nation that wishes to destabilize the two main superpowers for evil. Yeah, see, that's why we don't like Anankos, or at least I don't like Anankos. Yeah, we'll take straightaway acceleration here. Good luck, Haru, I guess, because you're fighting against Turf C with
神様に約束したの
only 480 power after the debuff.
注目の1番人気8番ハルウララ。
実力は完全に上位ですね。貫禄すら感じてしまいます。トップスピード、瞬発力ともにいいものを持っていますね。
Norian social structure of the general populace being coerced into military service in order to make a living can still work to promote having military power while also being fruit scarce. But, like, how effective are those conscripts going to be in battle against, like, well-fed Hoshidan soldiers? So yes, they'll have military power, but it's not going to compare to Hoshido, so they're going to have to be at a disadvantage in the story. At least in the theoretical revision.
出走だ。
晴れ渡る空の下を行う
Came from Japanese interviews you think you heard from a friend, so take it with a grain of salt, but it'd
さあ
be
ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切り
more
ました
interesting
誰が先頭に
regardless.
抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは
For
西
sure.
西のフラワー15番注目のハルウララ。少し後方に位置取りましたね。
この位置なら周囲の様子を
If they're raiding Hoshido for food, it would make sense to stick more to
15
farmland
先
than
頭
going
に
for
立
the
ちました
capital.
続きました13番
Yeah, I guess that would make it more feasible for like an army at a disadvantage, I suppose.
各ウマ娘
Because then they just have to
状態の大混戦
make some distance into the past the border, and not all the way in.
間もなく第
Although that also requires more rewriting.
どこから来るか最後の局面です。
互いに足を止めている展開。果たして抜け出すのは誰か。じりじり
Apparently Sumerugi attacked first in the original idea, and that's why Garen hates Sumerugi.
内をつくすごい足
Or
だ
Sumeragi. Yeah, I guess
カレンちゃん
huh,
先頭はカレンちゃん。これは強い。
I could see that. Would be interesting. Because then that doesn't place any blame on, say, Ryoma.
2人並んでゴールイン。
So it keeps Ryoma relatively clean as a
見事に
character.
制しました2着ハルウララ。3着に入ったのは桜バクシング。
At least clean, quote unquote.
いいジャンプだよ。
Maybe Noir's army can be propped up on dark magic and golems and faceless. I suppose. I guess then it begs the question of if they've got all of those already. Like all these throwaway monsters that they can send at Hoshido. Then why haven't they already conquered the farmland? At that point. Ah, not enough for Sprinter's sakes. Rip. You don't think Ryoma needs to be kept clean? You think it's beneficial to not have Hoshido be this ultra good guys? Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about like in our theoretical remake or like rewrite there. I'm talking about in the interviews. Like those interviews that supposedly came from Japan where Sumeragi attacked first. Because then that, in a script like that, then it places the blame on Sumeragi. So then Ryoma ends up staying clean. So I could see why they might approve a script like that. Although, I guess in the end they obviously didn't and made Garen the bad guy. But it would make sense as... Or like, I feel like it would actually at least seem reasonable as a proposal for that guy taking it to the execs over there. Makes it so the sins of our fathers could be a focal point of the story. True. Xander would see Garen's evil, Ryoma Sumeragi's ambitions or whatever, and then supposedly because you can't verify, of course, right? But I could see it being reasonable for sure that that writer would put that together under the expectation that maybe it would get greenlit. Because it gives him an angle where it gives him S-rankable Ryoma who's quote-unquote squeaky clean by their narrative.
じゃあやりましょうか。今の
Do we go against the Mainichi Okan here?
ねえねえ
Or we could grab some more power and hopefully... the Swan Stakes are something we can get tackled here.
今年の年賀状
But I feel like this run is definitely on life support in more ways than just the getting screwed on turf
ヘロ
aptitudes.
ヘロかも力が出ないよ。
注目の一番人気11番ハルウラル
His story is being hamstrung by what's greenlightable definitive published game.
この子の鋭い差し足が炸裂するか期待しま
Yep.
しょう。
I mean, at the end of the day, companies want to make profit, right? So it's understandable.
そうだ
ゆったりと流れる
Sometimes it works to the game's benefit, but those are exceptions, not the rules.
ハルのレー
Indeed.
スで綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは大気シャトルラリタブライアン菱谷ケボの期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ大気シャトル先頭に勝ちました。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番15番
Good example of that is Red Dead Redemption 2. A big part of the game's plot is that they okayed Arthur's death being from tuberculosis, which in the Wild West area is 1 foot in the grave.
5番4番並びかけて
I see.
そのうち並んで1番
Fair enough.
14番そのうち並んで12番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
Now, if we move from the realm of what could possibly be an official game to what could be an event,
最後の局面です。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたまだ差があるここから先頭を捉える
yeah, exactly. I mean, the discussion we were getting into now, like before with fanfic level stuff, would definitely be the more interesting way to improve the story. I would agree with a lot of that. That's what we'd ideally go for, but you know, AAA products and all that. Damn. Haru keeps coming up just a little short. That sea turf is just really killer here. Because as it turns out, losing over 100 of our stat is not great. Poor Haru. Yep. Sure would be cool if Cygames didn't hate her.
スタートです各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは16番4番スマートファルコン
He also turned it into an allegory for capitalism, as the guy who gave him the TV was the gang's accountant who no one liked.
続いているスマートファルコンで4番序盤からやり合っています
二人がレースを作りそうですね。
集団が一つにまとまって混戦
And the gang's accountant was named after Take-Two's CEO after Rockstar got bought by
続
them.
きました4番
Oh my.
激しい競り合い7番3番手第4コーナーカーブ
内から来るか外から来るか。
切り札はこれだ。
まだ先頭は動かないこのまま直線での争いになるのかさあ外から先頭を伺うのは4番地方レース場トップクラスの長さを誇る
Come on, Haru, you can do this. You're not at a power disadvantage or power penalty.
まくって上がってくる200を切ったハルウララすごい足で上がってきたハルウララここで抜け出したハルウララ足を
Still uncomfortably close, but she did
ハル
it.
ウララ100歳以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利ですハルウララ JBC スプリントを制し作業最速を見せ
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。 なんかヘロヘロか。
ここは負けられない1番人気2番
出走だ。
作業の
Because of them greenlighting that big pivotal story bit, they could tell the story they wanted.
好レースが期待できそう
Very
です
nice.
スマートファルコンと5番この2人が競り合っているぞ期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うららスマートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かうさあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコンこのままリードすることができるか2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは5番早くも激しい競り合い後から桜爆心王少し後ろから西のフラワー6番水槽外を回って待機シャトル少し後ろから岸アマゾン第2コーナーを抜け向こう正面に入った依然先頭はスマートファルコン続いて5番3番手に桜爆心王4番手西のフラワー少し後ろから6番少し離れて岸アマゾンそれを見るように9番少し離れて待機シャトル少し後ろから3番後から15番ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント外から13番内からエルコンドルパサー内には春うらら一馬審査10番後方2番手に小栗キャップ第4コーナーカーブ
Ironic that Rockstar Games is the capitalism bad allegory with whatever they're doing with GTA 5's 20th re-release.
果たして抜け出すのは誰だ桜爆心王ここで抜け出した春うらら
Yeah, for sure. But also, like, there is going to be a difference between. Oh, Haru, come on. There's going to be a difference between what the devs are doing down there and what the execs are doing. Yeah, I think this run is just like completely dead.
みんな強いね。次は負けないぞ。
We're just getting completely scammed. To reiterate, Cygames hates Haru.
なんだろう。なんかヘロヘロかも。
Because no one else at all across the entire roster would have this issue with these stats in these races.
なんだろう。すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。はあ
ここは負けられない1番人気18番春うらら
出走だ。
上空にスタート各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー西のフラワー小栗キャップ期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うららマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます先頭集団を見ていきましょうマルゼンスキー先頭に勝ちました続いて8番マルゼンスキー8番2人の競り合いは続いている
ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
先頭をかけます8番続きましたマルゼンスキー早くも激しい競り合い3番手4番そしてその外から行ったのは成田ブライアン5番手西のフラワー一馬審査15番少し後ろから小栗キャップ第4コーナーカーブ
内から来るか外から来るか。
切り札はそれだ。
マルゼンスキーここで抜け出した先頭は見合ったままこれは接戦勝負になるか春うらら前を狙っているぞ春うららまだ抑えたままだ最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのは成田ブライアン外から春うらら驚異的な末足まくって上がってくる春うらら春うらら突っ込んでくる残り200 2番手争いは春うららマルゼンスキー成田ブライアンここまでか小栗キャップ抜け出した旅が並んで
God damn it.
小栗
三着。すごいでしょ。
Yeah, there's absolutely no fixing the fan count now if we didn't get that one. I think I might just skip our way out of this because, like,
見
there's
ててねトレン。
no point in
人参たくさん。
watching anything for this run now that we're getting super dicked over by Cygames like this.
注目の一番人だ。
Yeah, they can't even reach 40,000 there after all that. Yeah, the games are becoming too top-heavy with how much they're trying to one-up each other. So, yeah, of course they're gonna collapse. Man, this is funny. I'm just gonna, if they're gonna do nothing but give me power, I'm gonna keep clicking and see if this actually explodes somewhere. Wow, that was hilarious. That's a mega garbage inspiration. I'm glad we wasted that on, or burned that here instead of a real run. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Expedition 33 Studios' indie status being called into question. E33 isn't an indie game, it's a weird hybrid. Yeah, and yet it won the prize for indie, right? was developed in a studio that had indie-like team size and corporate structure, but AAA resources. Yeah, so in other words, fake indie, yet they still gave the award to it, right?
どんなトレーニングよしやるぞ人参たくさん食べたからすっごく調子いいんだ
They won the prize because they had to win something and nobody knew where to put it because it didn't fit smoothly into existing categories. I don't know, it kind of feels like it should have been up against the AAA category.
やったー
Only it's fake in India, that would have been a fake AAA. I don't know, I feel like once you've got AAA resources, it crosses a line.
よしやるぞ
Because at that point, if you got AAA resources and your team is that small, that's just like... It's more where you could be arguing for executive mismanagement at that point by making the team too small. Because, like, at that point, how is anyone else in the indie category supposed to compete when you're backed by, like, a bunch of billionaire rich boys? It's like, you simply don't. You fall over and die.
Haru.
あったら筆で書くんだよね勝利の
Yeah, exactly. That they couldn't compete at all, and that's why it makes sense for like people to be upset.
そうだ
So they should have taken their lumps and being in the harder category, because it makes no sense to have someone with a like billionaire backing curb stomp a bunch of indie studios like that don't have even remotely close to that kind of resources. E3 was just good. It was gonna win no matter where they put it. I mean, but exactly. They should have put it in AAA so it could have won AAA.
一着になっちゃうぞ
Because that also, with that comes more prestige too, if they win that category.
みんな強いね次は負けないぞ
So not only do they not end up slapping the little guys around, they also get to win against the other people who are comparatively giants in their category. It's win-win.
バビューンと一着取ってきちゃうから 始まる前からうららーな感じ勝ったら人参プリンでお祝いしようね
I don't think I rearranged the team. How did this team end up as S rank? What? We spent wasted so many turns doing extra racing.
バビューンと一着取ってきちゃうから
You base the definition on purely on resources, that you can open up a lot of mid-range edge case potential. I mean, not purely on it, but like this was clearly a very extreme case where they just had resources well beyond what an indie company would have.
なんだろう
Which is why it's drawing attention, right? Like,
なんだろう
there's clearly a notable difference. So in this particular situation, they probably should have been put up against the other AAAs.
注目の
勝ったら筆で書くんだよね勝利の花丸だうららやる気満タン絶好調だよ
You don't expect E33 to become the standard for game development going forward. Probably not, but
やるわ
it makes other people in the industry realize that there's very much that loophole to be exploited, and people are just going to lean into it.
注目の1番人気10番ハルウララ
人気と実
勝ったら筆で書くんだよね勝利の花丸だ今年の私はさあ達也の時間をあげるわ始まる前からうららな感じ勝ったら人参プリン
Oh, we ended up with a lot of power, but I guess probably unsurprisingly because I kept clicking those huge turns. Yeah, we'll just do this. We'll watch her take on the Wonder Twins, I guess.
注目の3番人気6番
出走だ
あれはさあゲートが開いた各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね
先行争いは
Do you remember a joke about GTA 6 being the first sextuple A game?
早くも先頭に躍り出た
The response with that will be the price. That would be the price response.
14番5番手9番ビターグラッセ上がっていきます集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね
1番人気ビターグラッセ早くも先頭続きましたメジロマックイーン14番3番手そして内目をつきましては1番リトルココ続いている第4コーナーカーブ
馬娘たちがどう動くか
切り札はそれだ
この直線で勝負が決まるぞハルウララ前を狙っているぞじりじり詰めるメジロマックイーンさあここから先頭を伺うのはメジロマックイーン残り40最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのはメジロマックイーンビターグラス抜け出したハルウララここで上がってくる残り200ビターグラスリードは2馬身先頭は依然ビターグラス2番手争いはハルウララメジロマックイーン勝ったのはビターグラス
やったやったいいジャンプだよ
勝ちは十分に狙える3番人気6番
出走だ
輝くスタートです各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね
先行争いはビターグラッセテイエムオペラ王メジロマックイーン芝からダートに入りますやはりビターグラッセ2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはテイエムオペラ王内でメジロマックイーンすぐに続いて11番5番手14番1馬審査5番その後から4番外を通りましてリトルココ少し離れて16番それを見るようにハルウララハッピーミーク並びかけてきたリコーペガサス並んでくるさらに12番すぐに続いて9番後方2番手に2番最後方オグリーキャップビターグラッセ先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか
切り札はそれだ
Yeah, I mean, I think part of that is also, it's one-upmanship. So I think a lot of those execs are also having dick measuring contests for their budgets.
最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのはメジロマックイーン並んでくるハルウララハルウララここで抜け出した行きましたハルウララ200を通過ピーターグラス
Come on, Haru.
ハルウララ譲らないハルウララ足を
Ah, get scammed
今
glass.
1着でゴールインハルウララ URA ファイナルズ決勝を制しました今ここに優秀たちの頂点が誕生です2着にはピーターグラス
勝ったらお筆で勝つんだよね勝利の七丸だ
Alright, we'll do the concert anyway, because it's Haru deserves some love. Indie movies wouldn't be nearly as popular if the Mystery Science Theater 3000 didn't showcase the worst of them in a roundabout way, in your opinion. Like, I can do better than the swappable swap, and then they make their own indie movie to prove it. I don't know how many cheap people would have that kind of reaction, but I could definitely see there being some subset. Spite is a powerful motivator. That is still the kind of thing that it still takes a ton of work, so... It needs to be someone particularly driven to follow through on a win like that. Trying to one-up something often does make something better unless you fail your foremost goal. I mean, the thing is that one-upsmanship for the sake of one-upsmanship starts to become a problem. Is what I want to say there. Yeah, when the goals have a bigger budget, then things start to go wrong. Although, I guess the flaw there is probably also that they think bigger is better. Brings the power as an example of throwing more money at doesn't make it better. No. I don't think I've heard much around that. It's universally disliked on almost all levels. Damn. Specifically, one-upsmanship is good when you're one-upping on something people care about, which is ideas and quality, bad when something people don't care about, budget. I mean, I think you do get a lot of people in the mainstream, like, wowed by, like, ooh, they put however much money into this product. And I think that's where part of the dick measuring contest stuff comes in. Is that some of those execs probably think, ooh, I want to be that guy who shows up with a $1 trillion budget that wows people, and then we become the most popular thing ever. And I'll have my name etched into history forever. Rings of Power's Amazon take on Lord of the Rings after Warner's Brothers lost exclusive license? Uh-oh. That sounds like an awful idea. That sounds like something that should have never been greenlit, but somehow someone thought that was a good idea. So I guess, okay then, question. As a comparison, on a scale of 1 to Concord, how badly would you rate or how hard would you rate Rings of Power's face flop? Concord is on the Rings of Power scale, so you're saying that Rings of Power is the movie equivalent of Concord. Got it. In hindsight, and also in foresight, it was probably a bad idea to try to one-up the most beloved movie trilogies of the century. Yeah. Probably. Where does the Halo show land on that scale? Good question. I have no familiarity with the Halo show. I was saying that proper question is that how badly did Concord flop on a scale of 1 to Rings of Power? Oh, okay, right. Okay. So Concord didn't screw up as badly as Rings of Power. That's impressive. Well, they one-upped something. Probably not the thing they were trying to one-up, but they one-upped something, apparently. Sure, we'll do that. Man, this run got a shockingly large amount of high discounts. Sad Haru noises. Restart mile, but I'll flag it, but I don't like this is a pretty bad spark set. I'm pretty sure I've got much better mile stuff, but I'll compare it offline later. First season of Rings of Power had a budget around 465 to 750 million. What? Warner Brothers was trying to make a sequel set in the 4th Age too, which never got explored in any Tolkien Middle-earth media to date. So all we know is that I had a single paragraph Tolkien wrote before he died. Huh. Rings of Power marketing was something else. You have a paper bag that was used as an ad for it? It's actually a quite nice paper bag. Nicer than the show it was shilling. Damn. This is...
キングちゃんの手は魔法の手なの。だってね、髪をくるくるポンって綺麗に結んでくれるんだもん。
That is That is impressive. Okay, I guess this is our last Boro, but we are starting to run towards the end of the night anyway, so... I guess that perfectly lines up. Probably means I use double TV for this. Wait, I can change him if someone paid a person to say about Sauron? What? Huh? I'm really confused. Imagine trying to fix Sauron, one of the most iconic Dark Horse in all fiction. Oh my... what? Most of my Tolkien knowledge is like secondhand stuff from a friend, aside from like actually watching the movies myself. I guess I've read the Hobbit book, but I've not actually read the actual Lord of the Rings books. It's one of those things that was on the bucket list and that I never got around to after finishing The Hobbit. Said earlier, Rings of Power marketing was something else, apparently. I don't know whether to be relieved or disappointed that I wasn't exposed to that.
ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん遊んだんだ。でもね、まだま
The
だ
Hobbit should have been required reading for the screenwriters of the Hobbit movie trilogy. True. You know, I actually never watched the third movie in the of the Hobbits. Because I was so disillusioned by the second movie basically being the Legolas show that I was like, you know what? I don't think I need to see the rest of this. And I never saw the third movie.
メニューをやるの教えて。
The trilogy was just a poor excuse to keep the license? Oh.
違うよ。2、3。
I missed quite a bit! A whole 4.5-hour fight scene and nothing else. Oh, is that... Was it a 4.5-hour fight scene where Legolas was the star of it?
行くよ。
Because given what I saw in the second movie, that's what I'd expect from the third movie.
やるならお。よし、やるぞ。 なんだろう。お前にが。ワクワクするね。
You don't remember there were orcs, there were dwarves, and that's about all you can recall. Well then. I guess I'll just leave it at that, because I don't think I have any reason to actually go and try to watch it.
よし、やるぞ。 やるなら面白い練習がいいな。そういうのある？
Remember a joke from Friday Night Live about The Hobbit turning the book from a trilogy to 29 films? Nice. You sure it was very eventful and had a lot of fascinating plot points. You just forgot. Yeah, clearly.
行くよ。
whole dragon thing was in the Hobbit movies. Yeah, the second movie, like, resolved that bit, I believe? Or no, wait. Now I can't even remember. Where did they actually leave off at the end of the second movie?
ワクワクするね。
Because I think they fought Smog and then he flew off, but I don't think they actually killed him. Maybe? I don't remember at this point. I don't think I care to review.
すっごく眠くて。いくよ。
I think it just shows how much my brain is being melted in terms of that movie by the Legolas show part.
ふむふむ。 この調子ならいけるかも。レースまだかな。早くいっぱい走り
The second movie ended at the end of the book with a big army of orcs on the way. Okay. Remember the super fun song and barrel ride?
多分いい感じだよ。
I remember the barrel ride. I don't remember the song. Also, I remember it mostly just being confusing.
ここは負けられない一番人気8番
Definitely didn't feel like it's an add-on for a theme park ride. Yeah, it's surely not.
出走だ。
輝くタイ今スタートが切られました各馬娘
Oh boy, we're starting the debut with a late
集中して
start.
ましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは9番5番
Definitely not
3番
ominous.
春うらら現在最高峰失策はたまた狙い通りか
これはきっと作戦でしょう。彼女には爆発的な末脚
Remember the ads talking about how much effort they spent on the doors'
5番
beards?
3番と5番序盤からやり合っています
二人がレースを作りそうですね。
先頭は3番単身で飛ばしていきます2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
That's certainly a choice of things to talk about.
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたハルウララまだ抑えたままだハルウララ前を狙っているぞ最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのは3番
Definitely, far more important than talking about the, actual plot of the movies or something like that.
だが後続も追いつられるハルウララここで抜け出したハルウララまくって上がってくる残り200強い2番手争いは9番5番ハルウララリードは2馬身大楽勝だハル
In
ウララ
fairness, they were quite impressive beards, but humanity's been making fake beards for centuries.
ハルウララ見事に完勝メイクデビューを制しました
わわわわ。やったー。
I mean, sure, but I don't know. I feel like most people seeking out the ads wouldn't really be looking for that kind of information. Just a theory. Let's 32% chance to fail whip. It's time to sleep. And of course, we get sleep deprived when we're low energy. Because, the raised chance of getting the higher recovery when low on energy is totally not a lie or anything, right? Right? Reminds me of how one of the Atelier games had to advertise it being darker by serious standards, but the partaking get angry in this one. Wow. Okay then. Imagine if Corrin could get angry and faints. Or had any kind of, like, actual motions that matched what was going on.
ねえねえ練習ワクワクするね
Like, what'll always get me with Corrin and Conquest there is that after the Ryoma bit,
いくよ
it has Corrin being like, oh no, I was a bad guy, or had to pretend to be a bad guy, and this is eating away at me after basically doing almost nothing actually bad because everyone else is doing it instead. And also, they didn't actually,
なんだろう
do anything to Ryoma in that. So, after that cutscene and all that, I just found it, a little laughable. Just a touch.
ワクワクするね 私よしやるぞ
You played the Blue Reflection games, which is just Yuri beat the game. I see.
今年の私は一味違うよよしいっちょまずか
Ryoma shrimped himself so Corrin could stay innocent and free. Yes. Innocent and free, and then lament how they aren't. Except they still are.
なんかじゃやりましょうか
Oh, apparently Nice Nature absorbed all of the stat boosts.
人参たくさんだいくよ
Her power is beyond comprehension.
注目の一番人気
折り返した今スタートが切られました各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを
Natty is here to
集
carry.
中してましたね
True.
好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは1番4番12番ハルウララ落ち着かない様子
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
ハルウララ現在最高峰失策はたまた狙い通りか
直線勝負にかけているんでしょう。終盤に期待です。
第1コーナー回って第2コーナ
Haru is in a
ー
very
1番
bad
会長に飛ば
position.
していきますさあ花に立ったのは1番このままリードすることができるか2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは4番2馬身離れて10番8番並んできた5番手には12番その後ろ11番3馬身離れて2番外から9番7番追走1馬身差5番ハルウララ並んできた6番最後方からという体勢であります意気揚々と先頭を行きます1番どうでしょうこの展開
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
先頭は相変わらず1番続いて4番少し離れて8番1馬身差10番5番手11番少し離れて2番内には12番すぐに続いて7番その後ろからハルウララ第4コーナーカーブ
切り札はこれだ
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
まだ先頭は動かないこのまま直線での争いになるのか最終コーナーを曲がって
Some exceptionally dark undertones in the Blue Reflection game that are overshadowed by all the Yuri beat and happy-go-lucky schoolgirl shenanigans.
8番まだリードをキープしていますハルウララ差し切るか
As they are.
ここで上がってくるハルウララ差し切ってゴール1着はハルウララ素晴らしい走りでチームに勝利をもたらす
Oh, good job of turning that around, Haru.
最高の勝利だぜ
I guess we'll do power here.
一丁始めっか
Should leave us with enough energy for minimal risk.
お参りの時
The question of which of these... Yeah, I guess since we want to progress Halo. Also, somehow this double rainbow speed is only 26.
よし一丁始めっか
Game be trolling.
なんだ
ここは負けられない一番人気3番
出走だ
上空にさあゲートが開いた各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは5番、7番、6番島からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、5番会長に飛ばしていきます。5番先頭に立ちました。
Actually, what genre is that game supposed to be anyway? I don't think I've ever heard the name before now.
13番、5番並んできた。早くも激しい競り合い。3番手には6番外目をついて9番すぐに続いて
Does it seem that the Stay Gold clan is joining Uma? Maybe? Because I think they got something coming into the Japanese version. I don't know the exact dates though, because I don't really track the Japanese version. It might be about time. Because I think they were trying to fast track that one release. Like they made that announcement. You're talking about like the announcement made after winning the 1G1, right? It's not something I paid attention since then, but like I imagine if they were trying to fast track it, they would continue to fast track it. Blue Reflection is a magical girl schoolgirl JRPG. Okay. BF1 is a turn-based game with a dynamic turn order, and BF2 is more like how FF13 plays. Interesting. Turf Sparks. Hey, there's some Turf Spark. Yeah, singular. Well, we might have an actual run. Senior year needs to pay out another Spark, though. Also the stats from that were kind of meh. A lot better than the stats we got from, like, the last run, but 37 points is a very low bar to clear. 5 hints of Lone Wolf, too. Okay, game. Sure. Actually, the hints of White Lightning might make it something I pick up as a filler skill later, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. So like I said, I don't follow the Japanese schedule too closely. So after that, like, initial announcement about That stuff is just, I don't know, maybe?
なんかヘロなんだろ
This is the dead turn, but there's no, like, G3 miles to do here.
なんかヘロヘロかも力が出ないよ
Yeah, I guess I should probably rest anyway. Yeah, we can try the alley stakes if we still have a dead turn next turn.
なんだろう今の
We in fact did not have a dead turn on the next turn. Yeah, I think we have to go for this. Man, we're gonna have no energy for summer.
やるわよ合体魔法
But I mean, we just hit like plus 100 speed, so I don't know. Would summer be able to pay out more than that? It could, but would it? Probably not.
すっごく眠くて
Do we have any other extra acceleration here? Nothing discounted. No corner adaptants either. Alright, well. This is gonna be riskier than usual, I guess. Unless I want to buy early fighter. I think I'll put it off for the G3s. I might buy it right before the
なんだ
G2.
ろうすっごく眠くて力が抜け
Actually, no. You know what? We're gonna commit to it now. So we want to try to make sure that we can handle or squeeze out as much of the fans as we can here. Yeah, if I'm gonna use it for the G2 and or the Sprinter stakes, then like, what's the sense in holding back at this point? Since there's only a gap of like 4 turns.
5番ハルウララ
出走
上空に
What's the mechanical benefit of summer training? Yeah,
さあゲートが開いた
it gets
各の
all
マスで
facilities count as level
スタートを切りました
これ
5,
は
even
一度
when
目
they're
が
not
勝負になりそう
normally.
ですね
先行争いは1番ミホノブルボンエルコンドルパサー
So yeah, you're basically hoping that the game high rolls your supports onto the correct facilities
ミホノブルボン1番2人の競り合いは
during
続い
the
ている
summer.
2人がレースを作りそうですね
さあ花に立ったのはミホノブルボンこのままリードすることができるか続きました1番激しい戦闘争い3番手3番4番手に春うららさらに7番すぐに続いてエルコンドルパサー外でキングヘイロー差がなく15番内から8番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません
栄光まで400先頭は見合ったまま果たして抜け出すのは誰ださあ外から先頭を伺うのは春うらら春うらら完全に抜け出した残り200ミホノブルボン食い下がるミホノブルボン追いすがる
No, really, it's hilarious.
強さを見せつけて
Oh, in
ゴールイン
its career, the difference between C and B turf
見事に完勝
feels like a way more massive gulf in performance than 10% of the power. Like, when we're trying to do these with C turf, we just get continuously dunked, even if we have like 650 power before reductions. Are we? I was like, maybe I should take this to get the chance at a higher recovery, but spring or not spring, summer rest doesn't actually do that.
始まる前からうららな感じ
Well, Haru's all off on her own while everyone else is just handling the other stuff, I guess.
たくさ
注目の一番人気
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け
Let's
出す
get
か
all the
注目
turf
しましょう
sparks, it's that
最後に結果を
simple.
出せるか。一番人気
I do appreciate your initial typo
早くも
though.
先頭に躍り出た。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは5番、さらに春うらら。2番並んでくる。さらには8番、1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。先頭を行ったのは12番。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は5番ゴバシーサー。2番その外並んで春うらら。それを見るように3番外から8番内から7番それを見るように9番そのうち並んで1番差がなく6番後方2番手に11番向こう正面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身。先頭は
I mean, Lone Wolf is actually a pretty good
そしてその
skill.
後方には2番2馬身離れて春うらら。
It's guaranteed to go off in career, and then you use it to cancel your opponents in PvP. Or if they don't have it, then you just get 40 extra speed.
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。
切り札はこれだ。
栄光まで400。第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
外から上がってきたのは春うらら。飛び込んできた春うらら。200を通過春うらら。並んできた春うらら。ここで抜け出した春うらら。足色は衰えない春うらら。1着でゴールイン。実力をいかに
うわわわ、やったー。
The long team lost, unsurprisingly, because we're not working on stamina. Well, rip energy. That would have been a decent power turn too, but like...
すっごく海行くの？
Either way, I'd be getting 50 stats, and I knew I'd be getting the ones before Summer. I wouldn't know that Summer would have given that to me, so... Yeah, see, this is a little more in line with what Summer tends to do.
なんだろう。すっごく眠くて。
Alright, we'll also... We'll rest twice, and then maybe they'll give us something big on these next two turns. Nope, definitely not.
どんなトレーニング？
Alright, well in that case, let's do... Leopard 6.
ここは負けられない一番人気1番
出走だ。
時折はスタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
Just got rested, have 50 sandbag, and still have failure chances. Yeah.
13番桜爆心王。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら。マルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭を行ったのはマルゼンスキー。続きました13番春うらら。上がっていきます。
ちょっと前に出ましたね。
I mean, it's a small chance, but
さ
yeah.
あ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。
The fact that...
リードすることができるか。差がなく13番マルゼンスキーと13番。
Like, I completely wrecked my energy going to Summer, so like that was expected. But it was worth it. We got like 100 speed and 40 some power. That's as good a payout as we get from like a decent Summer or more. But unlike with Summer, I didn't have to wait to get it. I could just get it prior to Summer during my normal training days. It's important not to FOMO oneself into ditching good turns just because Summer might be better.
残り200。これは強い。マルセンスキー食らいついていく。先頭は依然春うらら春うらら。足色は衰えないダイレクションだ。春うらら今勝利です。この子にかなう。
わわわわ、やったー。
Like, the initial plan was to take the 50 and then rest. But if it was gonna give me a good turn right then and there, Who am I to turn my nose up? Yeah, it could definitely have been better, but here's what it is. So yeah, I think we're likely to end up at below my normal, like, preferred senior year benchmarks, but that's just how it be sometimes. Man, we're getting a lot of sleep deprived too, which is pretty shitty. Alright, well. Hopefully we don't get super screwed on this. Like we did with the last one, but we do have 10% more power here. Also, I'm pretty sure our base power is just higher. I think we late started the last run too, so no, not a hard bar to clear.
花を奪っていたのはマルゼンスキー、桜爆心王、並んできたマルゼンスキー、桜爆心王、2人の競り合いは続いている。ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
Much summer, much training.
団子状態の大混戦。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。切り札はそれだ。
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。ハリウだな。前を狙っているぞ。桜爆心王。並んできた。外を回っていた。
further up hard and proc money.
マルゼンスキー。苦しいけど粘っている。桜爆心王。ここで抜け出した。リードを開いていく。桜爆心王。桜爆心王。
God damn it, Cygames. Stop hitting Haru. It's not funny.
Umamusume 綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。
I guess Cygames just continues to hate her because it's bad.
注目のハルウララ、少し後方に位置取りましたね。
この位置なら周囲の様子を伺います。冷静にレースを進めてますね。
第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。花を奪っていったのは8番、続いて4番。激しい先頭争い、外目をついて11番、すぐに続いて9番、差がなくグラスワンダー、5番追走、それを見るようにオグリーキャップ、13番並びかけてきた、そのうち並んでハルウララ、それを見るように待機シャトル、さらに1番外からエルコンドルパサー、内を回ります。6番少し離れて動くか、その後3、4馬身開いて2番意気揚々と先頭へ行きます。4番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
Late start seems like a compelling game mechanic. The players can engage deeply with it. True.
どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。ハルウララまだ抑えたままだ。ハルウララ外で足を溜めています。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのは4番、外からハルウララ、驚異的な末足、400を切りました。ハルウララ完全に抜け出した。ハルウララ見事なごぼう抜きを見せる。食い下がる待機シャトル。
I love having a focus tax.
リードは3馬身、先頭は変わらず。ハルウララ強すぎる。ハルウララ足を覚える。大楽勝だ。ハル
Ball runner. That's not useful.
しいよ。
I might forego the JBC sprint. I guess we'll see what the turn looks like, but it's not going to be enough on its own to help us here. So it'd probably be better off chasing the NHK Mile into the Champions Cup. Ah yes, charming, super weight, of course. The JBC sprint is technically worth like less than like an equivalent sprint G2, like turf sprint, which is always frustrating. So yeah, I think I'll take. So I think we need another Spirit Burst here to secure our unity. So we'll skip the JBC. So the question is, do we go after the NHK Mile? Or not NHK, the Mile Championship. So what we could do is if it fails, we just see the Champions Cup anyway, and if we do win it, we just skip the Champions Cup. The pro on being is that if we fail, then we just are stuck in this continuous racing loop again.
スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
日本のブルボンとツインターボ、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気ハルウララ。
Where's their homegirl double turbo? Well, about that.
先頭行ったのは日本のブルボン。続きましたツインターボ。激しい先頭争い。サイレンス鈴鹿内から行く10番4番手。それを見るように菱明物、そしてその内を回って4番差がなくエルコンドルパサー、1馬審査7番内には3番外18番、少し後ろから8番、それを見るようにハルウララゴールド7並びかけてきた。さらにその外からは17番少し離れて13番、その内並んでリコーペガサス、後方2番手に12番ポツンと1人1番サイレンス鈴鹿、先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
切り札はこれだ。
サイレンス鈴鹿、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
日本のブルボン、ここで抜け出した。まだ先頭は動かない。果たして抜け出すのは誰か。残り400、最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのは菱明物、ハルウララ突っ込んでくる。最後は2人のつばぜり合いだ。残り200、ハルウララ強烈な追い上げ、並んでくるハルウララ、ハルウララ、ここで抜け出したハルウララ、足を
There we go. Haru with the steal.
1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを
勝ったらお筆で勝つんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
Alright, so no need for the Champions Cup then. Big power turn to be had too, so I'm glad we're skipping it.
シャッターマスカ。
Gold City with the jump scare that gave us an additional 30 skill points. Won't complain about that.
なんか
Next question, where is Rob Roy? I don't know. I'm actually not sure if she usually slots into Haru's races. Like, she shows up a lot for Tama's races.
見ててねトレーナー始まる前いくよ
4番人気は6番後がな。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはスマートファルコン。9番1番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気進行ウィンディスマートファルコン快調に飛ばして行きます。第1コーナー回って第2コーナースマートファルコンペースが速い。先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番その内並んで1番1馬審査進行ウィンディさらに7番少し後ろから4番第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。先頭は依然スマートファルコン1馬身リード。続いて1番1馬身離れて9番進行ウィンディこの位置につけています。その後4番さらに7番1馬身離れてハルウララ2馬身3馬身開いて8番そしてその後ろから行くのは2番外を通りまして12番その内並んで5番10番最後方からという体勢であります。意気揚々と先頭を行きますスマートファルコン。どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
切り札はこれだ。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
互いに足を溜めている展開。果たして抜け出す
blown
の
him
は
out of the
誰か。
water.
空港まで400。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはスマートファルコン。並びかけてきたのは進行ウィンディ外を回っていったのはハルウララ。200を通過先頭進行ウィンディしかしその差はわずか。熾烈なデッドヒート追いすがるスマートファルコン進行ウィンディ今1着でゴールイン。1着は進行ウ
Don't think
ィンディ
you realize Smart Falcon has pigtails
チームに
before.
勝利をもたらしました。2着はスマートファルコン。
3着すごいでしょ。
She has a very curated cuteness, which she uses for Uma Twitter. Or I guess Uma Instagram. That was a little bit close. How badly did we lose these? One length. One length. Although long is sort of expected to agree, just because, like, we're not helping out the stamina training very much. She's that kind of Uma, yes.
今年のわ
Yeah, this is definitely not a very good starting point for senior year. We need to see some pretty big high rolling here. Well, the bundle of carrots stats help. Would it be nice if it was a hot spring ticket instead there, because that would have been 10-all instead of 5-all. Or actually the steak burger. Or the carrot hamburger steak.
そうだ。
That's also 10 stat points. So don't necessarily need the hot spring ticket.
注目しましょう。
先行争いはエルコンドルパサー11番待機シャトル
Lisa wasn't a pickle.
を出せるか1番人気
Well, pickles are
さあ
impossible
激しい
there.
先行争いで前に出たのは4番2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは待機シャトル外から11
The only New Year's detriment one
冷
is
静さを取り戻せるといいのです
if
が、
it's
各馬娘
tissues.
一段となって団子状態の大混戦
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
4番先頭に勝ちました続きました待機シャトルその外並んで11番大欅を越え4コーナーへ勝負は最後の直線に持ち込み
切り札はこれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのかハルウなら前を狙っているぞハルウなら内で
Where's our mummy proc? There it is.
ハルウララ抜け出したハルウララここで上がってくるハルウララ先頭はハルウララこれは強い200を通過ハルウララ足色は衰えないハルウララリードは5馬身2番手争いはオブリキャン大吉シャトル強さを見せつけてハルウララ
That's not for whom the pickle comes. It comes for me. I mean, if it comes for me, I'm fine.
2着
The pickles can come over here so I can eat them and then save Haru from them.
ここは負けられない1番人気7番
ファンファーレスタート各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー桜爆心王スマートファルコン芝原ダートに入ります期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うららさあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはスマートファルコン続いて桜爆心王早くも激しい競り合い内の方からマルゼンスキーそして外目を突き出しては8番その外並んで9番その後ろシアマゾン輝く3番少し後ろから大気シャトルそしてその内を回って11番春うららこの位置につけています1馬身離れてリコーペガサス1馬身差オグリキャップそしてその後ろから行くのは6番その後ろから5番後方2番手に15番12番現在しんがりだ大欅を越え4コーナーへ
切り札はこれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのかこの直線で勝負が決まるぞ気持ちよく逃げているスマートファルコン春うらら外で足を止めています春うららまだ抑えたままだ最終コーナー先頭をしたのはスマートファルコン残り400上がってきた春うらら飛び込んできた春うらら春うらら見事なごぼう抜きを見せる抜け出したのはスマートファルコンだが後続が
There's the mummy proc.
100を通過これは強い春うらら差し色は衰えない春うららリードは2馬身1着は春うらら見事な走りで
Hey, fellow.
勝利を手中に収めました
Nice the
こ
raid.
れは強かった春うらら日本の砂の上にもはや敵はいないのか2着は
How was the... You were doing Eternal Return tonight, were you? How's that grind going for you?
船で勝つんだよね。勝利の
Hopefully it's going better than my CM grind. Patch day. Oh. No. Rip. So did you do Metaphor instead? Hopping on now to try the new character. Okay. Well, hopefully that, meets your expectations.
ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん。
Yeah, we still need to do...
さあ
Our speed is so behind.
あげるわ。
These single rainbows are horrible.
なんだ。
20% failure, but 51 power. Actually, more than 51 because the reporter. Well, I think we're behind enough in stats. So it's probably go big or go home time.
シャッターなんか。
It may also not matter too if the inspiration is bad. He won't, or it won't, he looks mad and annoying, you don't like his kit. Rip. Alright. Does Cygames still hate Haru? Cygames does in fact still hate Haru. What a bunch of jerks. They should stop that.
なんだろう。ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん。よし、一丁始めっか。なんだろう。
Damn.
すっごく
I mean, we didn't get the turf phase, so it doesn't matter, but like... Or are we getting screwed on the speed turns?
お前に任せて。
We need to worry about Unity too. I think I'd rather do the wit one and waste energy refill than burn a bunch of extra energy on the stamina.
ふむふむ。
Yeah, you know what, I think even if we got the turf A, I don't know if this would be going anywhere. These speed turns are really bad.
張り切っていこう。そうだ。
I guess the game's happy to hand out all the power turns.
始まる前から人参たくさんいくよ
4番人気1番青春杯。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先頭はスマートファルコン。
What do you think? I don't think any of these runs have actually been good stat
2番
runs.
12番3番手に8番4番手に4番7番続いている。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。スマートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます。スマートファルコン上がっていきます。さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。第2コーナーの丘を越え直線へ。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは12番。そのうち並んで8番2馬身離れて4番。さらには春うらら。
So we've definitely been suffering from some very bad low rolling tonight,
スマートファルコン続きました8番。
which is a shame.
12番そしてそのうちからいたのは4番5番手には春うらら1馬身離れて5番すぐに続いてアグネスデジタル1馬身離れて6番その外並んで7番少し離れて10番2番内から行く最後方9番意気揚々と先頭行きます。スマートファルコンどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
第4コーナーカーブ400を切りました。4番ここで抜け出した。先頭は見合ったままこのまま直線での争いになるのか。ハルうららここで抜け出した。残り200ハルうらら足色は衰えない。ハルうららリードは2馬身先頭は変わらず。
Actually, especially considering that first run how cracked that inspo was,
実力をいかなく
like Haru never gets 150 stat inspirations. So the fact that those stats bled out from how bad the training was, that's some impressively bad screwage.
みんな頑張ったもんね。
Well, I don't know. I guess we're just leading into this now.
よし、一丁始めっか。
We just take power.
ワクワクするね。
Nice maxed out gap closer ends, I guess.
ここは負けられない一番人気。
出走だ。
誰は出る。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
This is gonna be a very skewed stat line. We're gonna get to the end and have like maxed out power and only 900 speed.
春うらら1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番、そしてそのうち桜爆心王、そして外目をつきましては11番、少し後ろから8番、外目をついて10番、1馬身離れて7番、後から3番、春うらら、この位置につけています。1馬身離れてリコーペガサス、後方2番。
I'm hoping that tomorrow's last free 10 pull gives me another copy of Tosho. Otherwise, I'm very seriously considering putting my gold crystal into capping her out.
10番追走、そしてその外11番、その後ろから3番、少し離れて7番、後ろ春うらら、あとはリコーペガサス、内には4番6番。最高峰からのレースになりました。スマートファルコン先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
スマートファルコン
切り札は
Because we really cannot have. I mean,
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
technically,
まだ
without being a super well, there's no real guarantee. But I need to do as much as I can to make it so that when we hit those surfs, it's less likely to get stat screwed.
変わらない春うらら、強いとしか言えない走り。次のレースが今から楽しみです。
わわわわやったー。
That second run, wasting that turf ass is just gonna continue to make me angry for like the next few sessions at least. Now, nice trash speed turn. Actually, you know who keeps not showing up to do her job over there is Kita.
シャッターマスカ。なんだろう。
Too busy trying to pull a truck, I guess. Well, now she's there by herself and everyone else is abandoned ship. Fantastic.
やるわよ。合体ママ。なんだろう。すっごく眠くて。
Yeah, we're 8 spear person. I don't think we need to be pursuing light unity here.
たくさんトレーニングしたし、
ここは負けられない一番人気12番。
出走だ。
ここスタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、ヒシアマゾン、桜爆心王、期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気春うらら、春うらら、落ち着かない様子。
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
I
さあ
sure do
放
love
った
being
のはマルゼン
rushed.
スキー。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番、3番手に待機シャトル、後から西のフラワー、桜爆心王、追走、ヒシアマゾン、並びかけてきた。そのうち並んで6番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。地方レース場トップクラスの長さを誇る大いの直線に差し掛かります。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入った。ハルーララ抜け出した200を通過。ハルーララ足は衰えない。ハルーララリードは1馬身。先頭はハルーララ変わらないハルーララ。
Well, it is kind of funny how fast we get up to top speed now.
発揮レースを制。
In part because our top speed sucks, but you know.
花丸だ。
Yeah, there's the pickles. Should've known. Did we get on your left? I think we did, right? No, apparently not. Wow, alright, well this run was very much screwed in more ways than one then.
今年のねお参りの時ね神様にお出かけだワクワクするね
It comes for me. Wow, okay. Wow. Is this just like a machine where no one is attached, like, clinging to anyone else here? Okay, vodka had a chain going on, I guess. Hooray! Straight away recovery, which doesn't actually help us do anything. Actually, are we even gonna get to 900? I suppose we do get 50 flat from Euro Finale, so... in theory, it shouldn't be a problem. Even getting to that. Not that that matters, I guess. Yeah. Could be stronger, but they seem capable of winning. Doesn't really matter because the run's dead, but let's see if we can dunk on Zenith one more time before we end it for tonight.
スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはスマートファルコン、7番5番芝からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、スマートファルコン快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番、3番手には4番外から行く、9番差がなく、5番内から1番1馬審査アグネスデジタル内を回ります。ハルウララ1馬審査8番1馬身離れて11番後方2番手に10番最後方3番意気揚々と先頭へ行きます。スマートファルコンどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
先頭は見合ったまま果たして抜け出すのは誰か。各馬娘一団となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのは7番400を切りました。ハルウララ驚異的な末足。ハルウララ並びかけてきたハルウララ見事なごぼう抜きを見せる。200を通過。7番食い下がるハルウララ足色は衰えない。ハルウララリードは2馬身。
Actually, the Zenith member is keeping up shockingly well. There's no way she has a tower anywhere close to ours, though. Usually they have about 700 in these. Yeah, 700 power, so like she's way below Haru's. Actually, were we? Yeah, we're faster too. If only slightly. Ah, we lost. Rip.
負けた
Wow, just adding to the pile of things going wrong with this.
私のやるわよ合体ママ
The rare hitting S rank despite losing to Zenith.
調子いいんだよーし
Because usually if we lose to Zenith, that means our Unity was underdeveloped, which means
出走だ
there's like no hope of actually hitting S rank team.
スタート各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切り
So
ま
it's
した
really weird when we lose to them and we still get the S
期待
rank
通りの
anyway.
結果を出せるか一番人気ハルウララサイレンス鈴鹿快調に飛ばして行きます先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿単身で飛ばして行きます第1コーナー回って第2コーナーさあ花に立ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿
I guess we were at like 60 white unity and 8 spear
3 番
bursts.
手アグネス・ターキオそしてその外11番少し後ろからテイ
And that normally should easily win to
ハルウララ
Zenith.
上がっていきます
冷静さを取り戻せるといいのですが
Or win against Zenith,
先頭
but
からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身
yeah, Cygames being jerks, I guess.
続いて6番3番手に桜爆心号アグネス・ターキオ並びかけてきた少し後ろからテイエム・オペラ王西のフラワー追走さらに外から16番それを見るように11番ハルウララここにいます後ろグラスワンダーそしてその内を回って9番外にはウォッカその内並んで14番その後ろに2番後方2番手に15番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
切り札はそれだ
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
互いに足を溜めている展開果たして抜け出すのは誰だ残り400まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのかさあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入ったハルウララすごい足で上がってきた200を通過ハルウララ足色は衰えないハルウララリードは2馬身先頭はハルウララお見事
Well, I go with that big burst, and then she just falls behind after that.
勝ったらお船で勝つんだよね勝利の花丸だお前に
Speed turn's kinda not worth taking, but also like, whatever.
張り切っていこ
Alright, well we cleared 900 there.
う始まる前からうららーな感じ
注目の一番人気15番ハル
So yeah, I guess it'll be like finishing at 950-ish speed and then max power.
スタート各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ハルウララスマートファルコン
The speed turns were definitely impressively bad in
さあ
this
離れたのは
run.
スマートファルコンこのままリードすることができるかさあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち
Which is kinda shocking, 'cause we had that-
単身で飛ばして行きます先頭から大きく
Those two turns right before Classic Summer that were really good, and that's like the only bone that speed got thrown the entire
向
time.
こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身先頭集団を見ていきましょう先頭は変わらずスマートファルコン続きました1番そしてその後ろから行くのはメジロマックイーン待機シャトル続いている内で10番その後から16番そしてハルウララ1馬身離れて尾行ペガサス少し離れてキングヘイローさらに4番2番追走その後
It
ろ
was
から
definitely the right decision to take those, considering we're basically overflowing power here.
最高峰だ意気揚々
So
な
taking that
先頭を
power
行きます
turn during the summer would have
ど
been
うでしょうこの展開
pretty
かもしれ
nonsensical.
ません。一息つけるといいですが、
第4コーナーカーブ
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
400を切りました最終コーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはハルウララ尾行ペガサス追いすがるハルウララ速い速いもはや独走状態200を通過ハルウララリードは3馬身先頭はハルウララ変わらない大楽勝だハルウララゴールイン圧巻の走りでレース
勝 ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。
Well, I guess Biko won't be showing up in the finals. Actually, Taiki as well. Ah, what a wimpy. Yeah, that's just whatever. I could have clicked it for giggles, but single rainbow is so insulting to me that I refuse. Sure, I'll do this and put the rest into whatever is discounted after.
注目の2番人気8番ハルウララ。
It's rare that we're not the number one when the Wonder Twins are absent. Ah, Marzinski, my old foe.
上空にさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、アイネス風神、ミホノブルボン、アイネス風神先頭に勝ちました。続いてマルゼンスキー、アイネス風神とマルゼンスキー序盤からやり合っています。
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。マルゼンスキー先頭に立つのか。続きましたアイネス風神、激しい先頭争い。3番手には4番1馬審査ミホノブルボン。第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入ったマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます。依然としてマルゼンスキー2番手に外から4番アイネス風神並んでくる。その後ミホノブルボン、すぐに続いて15番1馬審査ダイワスターレット。少し後ろから3番外を通りまして11番、そのうち並んで2番外から行くハルウララ。1馬審査シンボリルドルフ内の方から6番外を回ってハッピーミーク内からタマモクロス。後方2番手に14番9番最高峰からのレースになりました。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
切り札はこれだ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。400を切りました。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはハルウララ。最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはマルゼンスキー。外から上がってきたのはハルウララ。
No mummy proc, huh? Guess we're just doing this the hard way. Oh!
並んでくるハルウララ。ハルウララ抜け出した。
Well, the last minute,
足
but
色は怒らない。お見事
whatever.
ハルウララ着差以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利です。
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。
I won Marza. We almost had Maritime Shipper in third place. She was only behind by one length. We were almost back to the concerts where the generics were sneaking in. Daiwan Marzensi just towering over Haru. Yeah, I don't care about dodging danger. Sure, sprint corners. Gap closer. Focus, why not? Sure, we could go full runner! Snowy days, there we go. In case we generate the green sparks for those. Yeah, actually almost... It's 975 sphere, 976, so... I get a little bit higher than I thought. Yeah, I think if I keep a mile spark, it'll be this one. Alright, I'm gonna tag it. I'll sort it out later. Alright, well... Unfortunately... We didn't have any particularly good runs today. We had a couple that were, like... hopeful, but it was Cygames debating us because it looked like we had the turf stuff. We did have the turf stuff. And we didn't have the stats or the skills. So we'll come back tomorrow, hopefully have some better luck all around. If not, I guess there's always next week. But I think after that, time's kind of up and we have to actually engage with the CM. So hopefully we can make something work. Sorry, 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. As I was saying. So yeah, tomorrow we'll make some more attempts on this. If Haru succeeds, we go to Tama. If Tama succeeds, we'll figure something else out. But like, the way Cygames is being dunking on us, somehow I don't think there's any danger of winning both in the same night. So yeah, and then if that doesn't work out and in the interim I can't get it to work offline, then next week we'll be making more attempts at whatever isn't done yet. Aside from that, Friday, Sunday, Monday, we'll be returning to Shadows of Valentia, doing the Who's Only run, where we force the Cavaliers to do some work despite being a bad class. And then, I don't know if we'll actually finish. It's up in the air, because like, things are going very slowly on Om's side. We'll see. No shame in not finishing until next Friday, though. So, yeah. That's what we're looking like for the schedule for next week. I don't think I have anyone to pass you all off to, so... I think we will cut here without a raid, so... Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope to see you tomorrow. Or hopefully the game and or Cygames is in a better mood. Have yourselves a good night.